Good evening, I'm meteorologist Rob Ellis. Let's talk about the storms that are now crossing the Illinois state line. Weather impact alert here for what we're tracking. Now, just some new information that literally came in seconds ago is that we are likely to see a tornado warning possible here for Terre Haute as these storms continue moving to the north and east. Going to do some tracking with some of these storms. First thing I'm going to do is remove the lightning just so that we can see what's been going on with some of these storms underneath the lightning, because there's quite a bit of lightning with them. We're tracking that. We're keeping an eye on it. These storms continuing. Let me just move the map here just a little bit as we get in just a bit closer. I want to zoom into that Terre Haute cell because this is the one that right now is the strongest and is producing some hail. We've had a couple of hail reports. Let me just get the orientation of the map here just so you can see. This is the one right here, producing a lot of lightning. There's actually two cells. Both have severe thunderstorm warnings. They're moving off to the north and east. Angela Buckman is standing by as well, tracking these storms. We're watching those. Angela, if you have any new information, just feel free to yell that out to me. Again, we're just bringing this live to you here on our stream just because this one is looking very impressive, especially some of the intense returns that are starting to show up as this continues pushing off to the east. This is the one that we're going to be watching the most. Brazil, I think it's probably going to stay to your north. However, it is possible that we could see the system that's down farther to the south and west. That cell there, that's the one that we could be watching. Let's again turn off the lightning with this because it's really turning into much more of a linear fashion. But what we're going to be watching through tonight with this entire line of storms, and again, there's another one a little farther to the north now pushing through Covington. This is eventually going to make its way farther to the east. Crawfordsville, you may be able to split the distance here between the two and see but one cell move to your north and one cell move to your south. But both of these areas are currently where we are watching. Now, as of last check, and I'll move back down to C, we do not have the tornado warning for the area near Terre Haute, probably Vigo County. We'll have to see if that's going to include maybe as far to the east as Brazil, maybe Clinton. We're looking at here, not Clinton County, Clinton, Indiana, to see if that cell is producing any rotation. Let's dive in a little closer and analyze this just to show you some of the rotation, if there is any rotation. Earlier when I was looking at these cells, they looked like they were certainly producing some winds, but not in the orientation that we would expect for tornadoes. Let me show you what I'm talking about here, and it's definitely a little bit more muddled perhaps than what we were seeing just a little bit earlier. I'm going to remove the radar image so you can see what I'm looking for here when I'm using this view is reds and greens that are very bright close to each other, a couplet, but they need to also be in the right orientation. I know this area of red and green are pretty close to each other, but being where the radar is located, this tells me that it's almost more of a microburst signature. It's producing a lot of winds moving this way and a lot of winds moving this way, not necessarily in a rotational structure here for the cell. Still one I'm going to continue to watch. Let me just remove the warning information there just to get that off the screen. We'll continue to move around and get another cell also producing a severe thunderstorm warning. Now there's a confirmed tornado warning. This is going to include Vigo, yep.
Parts of Clay and parts of Park until 7:15.
Okay, here's the new information. I've now got it on the screen for you. So this is going to be Clay County. That is not Indianapolis DMA. Is that correct, Angela? Okay, just making sure. So what's going to happen here is if this tornado warning continues to push to the east, we are going to update our viewers in our official viewing area for this tornado warning. Now, we're able to bring this information to you live on the stream because we don't have to worry about cutting into programming. It's a great avenue to track storms. However, as that continues moving north and east, and if it does move into Putnam County, for example, because that would be the next county on the way that was in our viewing area, we will have to pause, reset, address our viewers on air, and continue the coverage as well here, but also on air on 13 News. So here's what we're tracking. New tornado warning that's just been issued, and what you're looking at is a confirmed tornado. That's why it's in the purple color. If you're not familiar with our kind of radar structure, and let me move back to the original, to the normal radar view that we often look at. It shows you the how intense the rain is coming down. We'll use the Indianapolis radar. This, unfortunately, is in an area, or at least it has been in an area over the last maybe 30 minutes or so, where it's not near any of the radars that we like to use, either Indianapolis, Central Illinois, or Evansville. It's kind of in a little radar pocket there where we can't get a good look at it. As this gets closer, we'll get a better look at the storm. But with it now a confirmed tornado warning, that tells us that we don't necessarily need to worry about whether or not we're getting a good look at it on radar. We're actually seeing them. I'm just going to try to remove this banner if I can, just to see if I can get that to pop away here. Let me remove at least the radar signature just to get that off of the screen. This is the one. Moving to the north and east. Angela, do you know the speed on these?
They have been moving northeast at 50, but you're also going to get a new tornado warning, and we may have to pop on 13 for that. It's going to be parts of Warren and northern Fountain for that other area of rotation to the north.
So this is the one that we're tracking here. I believe, yep, there it is right there for Attica. So what we're going to do is we're going to pause here. Angela, I believe because of the way Lynx is set up, we may need to switch to Lynx 1. And I'm telling my producer that as well, because we're going to get into a situation where we're going to pass 7 o'clock probably with this.
Yes, so why don't we just put the radar back on the stream, and then that way it'll give us a chance to get the folks on channel 13 updated real quick. But we'll be back with you, and don't go anywhere. You can continue to watch radar and continue to watch our updates here on WTHR Plus. And good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman, along with meteorologist Rob Ellis. If you've been with us the last couple of days, last couple of hours, you knew we've been tracking the threat of severe weather, and now we have a couple of warnings. That's a confirmed tornado warning. North side of Terre Haute, reports coming into the National Weather Service of people seeing it. And then we've got an additional area of rotation just to the southwest of Lafayette that has prompted a new tornado warning. So that prompts our live coverage here. I do want to give you a couple of closer views. We'll start with the cell that the latest tornado warning is for this storm just to the southwest of Lafayette. We were monitoring some rotation coming out of Illinois, the rotation in between Covington and Attica now. This is a tornado warning for those of you across portions of Fountain, northern Fountain, and portions of Warren County. That tornado warning will go until 7:15 this evening. We encourage you to be in the safest part of your home. That's the lowest level away from windows and doors. Covington to Attica. I can even give you a heads up, western sections of Tippecanoe County, to keep a very close eye on this storm. While we're on this closer view, we'll do a little more in-depth analysis to show you the area of rotation that we were monitoring with this, and it's easy to see where it is just south of Attica now. It has made its way out of Covington, but if this cell is producing a tornado, it's going to be near Attica and tracking northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So this will move across the central sections of Warren County and specifically the northern sections of Fountain County as well. This is where we have that area of red and green close together, and the potential that this one is producing a tornado as it tracks northeast at about 55. We will do a storm track on this just to show you where we expect it to go next. If the rotation is in and around Attica, we will take this out northeast at 55 miles per hour, moving very quickly off to the northeast, would be into West Lafayette by 7:15, including Purdue University, and Lafayette at about the same time. So that's the reason I gave you a heads up. Tippecanoe County, western Tippecanoe County into Lafayette in the next 20 minutes. If this storm holds together, it's moving northeast and headed your way. We encourage you to make sure you know your safety plan, know where to go in the event of severe weather, as this storm does have a tornado warning on it now. Let's come out a little bit and we'll go south to that storm that had the confirmed tornado. This was reported near an airport on the north side of Terre Haute in Vigo County. That's the reason National Weather Service did go confirmed tornado warning on this. They've also issued out ahead of that a large severe thunderstorm warning for several counties, and depending on the community you're in, sometimes the sirens will sound even with severe thunderstorm warning and that tornado watch combination, just to make sure you are alerted that with little or no notice, even if the storm isn't producing a tornado now, it could with little or no notice based on the conditions and the parameters we have in place. So National Weather Service has issued this large severe thunderstorm warning, and this is going to include those of you in Crawfordsville, so southwestern Montgomery County into western Putnam County, all the way south into northwestern Owen, northern half of Clay, severe thunderstorm warning for you, and most of Park County. You can see the intensity of this storm as it comes out of Terre Haute, and it is headed toward Rockville right now. Severe thunderstorm warning that will go until 7:45. But remember, we also have that confirmed tornado warning because of what developed and what spotters were able to see at an airport on the north side of Terre Haute. While we're here, we'll check just a little more analysis on ways we can figure out and see what, based on radar, what this storm might be producing. One of those is what we call the shear swath. So this is potential for high winds, potential for rotation, and this one has shown signs of it as it came out of Illinois all across northern Vigo County, southern sections of Vermilion, and now into Park County. And again, from what information came into the National Weather Service, at least one spotter had eyes on a tornado at an airport on the north side of Terre Haute. That confirmed tornado warning does include those of you in Brazil. And again, because of this shear detector, it still has that potential for damaging winds and the potential for it to rotate. One other thing we've been monitoring is the hail as well. The large hail potential with this storm. We did get a couple of reports out of Terre Haute of P to about the size of a nickel. And still that potential that this one could be producing some large hail. Looks like a new tornado warning within that confirmed tornado warning or is that the original tornado?
I think they're extending it, taking the confirmed tag off of it and extending it northeast. I will say on the northern tornado warning cell that we now have, I would also, if you want to get in and look at the rotation, I am noticing an area of additional rotation northwest of Lafayette outside of the tornado warning. I don't know if you want to get in and try to see if you can look at that. What I'm seeing is it's not necessarily something the National Weather Service has said anything about just yet, but it is starting to concern me a little bit that we may see a third tornado warning begin to pop up north of Lafayette, northwest of Lafayette. So again, we're looking at one to the south there that you have, and then another farther to the north.
Thank you, Rob Ellis. Very active evening for us. Pacers game is getting ready to start here at 7 o'clock. We're going to take a break, reset, and we will have additional coverage as needed throughout the game here on 13 News and a full report at 11 o'clock.
We'll be looking for him to pick up the slack. No Tyrese Siakam is a guy you can look to get it done on both sides of the ball.
Pascal Siakam, 3 straight 20-point games. He leads the Pacers in scoring at about 21 points per game. Now, we talked a lot about Obi Toppin, but there were plenty of other Pacers on Monday night who shined. And that's the focus of Jeremiah Johnson and Eddie Gill.
And good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman. We're going to continue with the game, but we also want to continue our severe weather coverage. New information. The rest of central Indiana has been put under a severe thunderstorm watch until 1 a.m. The tornado watch goes until 10 p.m. This line of storms will move quickly from west to east. I also have additional warnings that we want to talk about specifically. These are going to be a severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. So we want to make sure that you are aware of where these warnings are and what you need to do to keep you and your family safe. Let's start with the confirmed tornado warning, and that's going to be in this area just coming out of Terre Haute. Greencastle, this is your heads up. If this would hold together, it's going to move out of Terre Haute, head into Brazil, and head toward Greencastle. We have intense storms with the potential of rotation from Rockville south to about Brazil, all of this moving northeast. They have issued severe thunderstorm warnings in advance of this complex of storms. Tornado was reported just to the north of Terre Haute at an airport. Now let's go north. This is another area of concern. Tornado warning goes for parts of Warren and Fountain counties until 7:15. Here's your heads up. Lafayette, it's moving quickly your way. Rob Ellis with us this evening as well. These are moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. I am going to put a quick track on this before we get you back to more basketball, and we will also be having full coverage on WTHR Plus on streaming and online as well. So there is the cell itself that prompted the tornado warning. And let's do a little more analysis and easy to see the rotation. It's this area here approaching Shadeland. So if you live in Shadeland, if you live in Lafayette, technically not under a tornado warning yet, but this one is still showing signs of rotation. And Rob, you were pointing out this additional area of rotation to the north?
Yeah, that northwestern corner of Tippecanoe County. Yep.
So that's another little area that we're going to be monitoring for the potential of rotation. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, there's going to be that risk of 60+ mile per hour wind gusts.
74 mile per hour gust in Terre Haute.
In Terre Haute, okay, so reporting 74 miles per hour. So even if these don't rotate or produce a tornado, the destruction is possible with these damaging winds that will be associated within this line of storms that is getting ready to cross into the western sections of Tippecanoe County. We can do additional analysis in tracking where we have areas of rotation with the shear, and that shear detector is still picking up on that area from east of Attica over Shadeland, although not looking quite as full or as impressive at this point. But we do want to make sure you know Shadeland, Lafayette battleground, that storm that prompted the tornado warning is moving your way. And it looks like National Weather Service has just gone severe thunderstorm warning on this until 7:45. So we gave you the heads up. Shadeland, Lafayette battleground, the rest of Tippecanoe County included in the severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45. So the National Weather Service is going to issue these. Wait and see if we get any additional information or confirmation about any tornadic activity. But for now, they'll let that tornado warning go at 7:15 and change over to a severe thunderstorm warning, at least for now, for the area near Lafayette. I do want to come out and let's go south, keeping an eye on that confirmed tornado warning that was issued us several minutes ago, and still have that area of rotation that is near Brazil and now east in between Crawfordsville and Greencastle. Wind picking up in this area, perhaps some damaging wind in excess of 60 miles per hour. We've also been monitoring the hail potential with this, and we still have that, as you can see, in this area in and around Brazil as these storms track off to the north and east. We're going to put radar back on. It looks like we may actually, before I do that, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, this one's going to go until 7:45. And again, it's been issued out ahead of the area of rotation that's now approaching Brazil and Rockville. Let's put the radar back on. We're going to do several tracks with this just to give you an idea of where these storms are going to go next and the severity of them. Let's move this back just a bit to the west. You can see the large area of storms from east now of Terre Haute to approaching Greencastle into Crawfordsville, and then that second area approaching Lafayette right now. Oftentimes when they merge into a line, that lowers the tornado threat just a bit. But I can tell you these storms that have developed are in an area that we've been eyeing for the potential of tornadoes and significant tornadoes. So we want to make sure you've got all the latest information to keep you and your family safe. So we will do a track on the cell that prompted the confirmed tornado warning. We'll just do I'm going to do this in a couple of segments. So we'll do the leading edge that's in Brazil, and then we'll do the segment that's getting ready to cross 231 in between Crawfordsville and Greencastle. So let's start with the southern part of this area of storms, and we will track this northeast at 55. Okay, again, meteorologist Rob Ellis with us this evening as well, doing some analysis and tracking these storms. Northeast at 55, they are moving fast off to the northeast. That will put it into Greencastle. Let's get rid of the warning. That'll put it into Greencastle by about 7:24, and then from there down the stream, it'll be into Brownsburg and eventually Zionsville as well. So the track itself, as we move it northeast at 55, we'll do this one more time just to make sure you are prepared. Greencastle 7:20, Brownsburg, if it would hold together, 7:51, Lebanon. So we're into Boone County just before 8 p.m. and then into Zionsville shortly after 8 o'clock. So this is an early heads up. We're just now at about 10 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is a track on a storm that we think did produce a tornado, at least had that information passed on to the National Weather Service just north of Terre Haute, along with some hail and some damaging winds up over 70 miles per hour.
That it was a 64 mile per hour
64.
gust, not a 74 mile per hour gust. Just want to make a correction there.
You got it. And still within that parameter of severe, we consider any wind gust at 58 miles per hour or higher severe. Again, Rob Ellis with us this evening, kind of keeping an eye on what's coming in from the National Weather Service, doing a little more in-depth analysis. But that covers the rotating, at least the potential rotating part of this storm and where it goes next. Greencastle 7:20, Brownsburg 7:51, Lebanon 7:56, and shortly after 8 o'clock into Zionsville. That would take it across Putnam County, southeastern Montgomery, and then into Boone County. Let's clear that track, and we'll do another one on the northern part of this line of storms. So let's slide this south, and we'll do a track again just on the northern part, not quite as intense, which is good news, but we'll just do a little track just to kind of give folks a heads up on where we expect these to go as they move northeast at 55. Not quite as severe on the northern part of this line, but it'll be into Crawfordsville at 7:13, Frankfort at 7:38, 8:05 to Kokomo. So it will move into parts of Clinton and Howard counties once it crosses Montgomery County. So this is just a little more of a heads up of what's coming your way. We do expect this line to move out of the more favorable area of tornadoes and into an area where we're just expecting thunderstorm activity. Fingers crossed that that's what happens this evening, but that's what the latest analysis and the latest parameters are indicating, that it was that big threat of tornadoes mainly across the western part of the state. Let's go north of this location. There's the tornado warned cell out of Attica. It is on your doorstep, Lafayette and western Tippecanoe County, moving in now with the potential of damaging winds and tornadoes as it moves off to the north and east. Tippecanoe County under a severe thunderstorm warning. That tornado warning is set to expire here at 7:15. We will do a little analysis here, and we'll also put a track on it, and still fairly intense indicator of whether it be damaging winds or rotation. It's a little broad in terms of the rotation part of this cell, but it is right over just west of Lafayette and moving into Lafayette now. So I would encourage you, if you live in Tippecanoe County, to be in the safest part of your home, lowest level, and away from windows and doors. Let's put the radar back on, and we will do a track on this storm as well, as we'll just kind of do the central portion of the strongest part, and then we'll go out northeast at 55. Again, these are moving very quickly off to the northeast. It's into West Lafayette in the next 5 minutes. It'll be into Logansport at 7:46, into Peru shortly after 8:09. So as I mentioned, these are going to move quickly from west to east across the state, this line itself. But those are a few times of arrival, and we just wanted to make sure that you were prepared and knew exactly what was coming your way before we get into, I guess, tip-off has just happened. but this is the line of storms that we're monitoring. I'm going to step out. Rob, any new information that we can pass along to folks before we get into kind of a mix of the game and a mix of severe weather coverage?
Yeah, and just so we let you know, we are going to keep the game up. We may have to double box at times. We'll try to bring the audio back up when we're not talking, but as long as we have the tornado warning for part of our viewing area, we want to make sure we're alerting those folks. Highly electrical storms that we're tracking. It does appear that the rotation is not nearly as strong as what we've been looking at. Also, a lot of hail reports coming in, especially from that more southern end storm, the one that just passed through Terre Haute. Several reports of hail. But it looks like things are going to become more linear over the next couple of hours. It's not to say the tornado threat is not going to be there, but certainly seeing some signs that that may be the case.
Okay, we will be here. We will have our continuing coverage on WTHR Plus and online. We'll give you back to the game audio and break in only as necessary over the next couple of hours. And good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman along with meteorologist Rob Ellis as we continue to track severe storms moving across the western half of the state. These storms responsible for confirmed tornado warnings across parts of Illinois. We had one confirmed tornado warning with a cell that moved just north of Terre Haute. That is now prompting a severe thunderstorm warning for several of our counties just to the west of Indianapolis. And I did just glance at the National Weather Service chat, and they took one public report of a funnel cloud in Montgomery County. So I have a feeling they're going to watch this line of cells from Crawfordsville to Greencastle closely. This is crossing 231 with the potential of damaging winds, potential of some large hail, and still that potential that we could get a tornado. So watching this carefully. Severe thunderstorm warning, a large severe thunderstorm warning has been extended east to include eastern Putnam County, northwestern Hendricks until 8 p.m., western Boone, a good part of Clinton County. New severe thunderstorm warning until 8 o'clock, and the National Weather Service.
The battleground.
Okay.
Rotation is tightening there.
So we're monitoring that little one, and then Rob is with us as well, and we've been monitoring. We saw some lowering of the clouds from one of our NDOT cameras in Tippecanoe County, and pointing out that the rotation is lowering or tightening up some near Battleground. So we're kind of into Tippecanoe County, and you can see that area just to the northeast of Lafayette. So the National Weather Service will be watching this little area of rotation as well for the potential of any additional warnings. But the tightening.
The next scan is even tighter, I think.
Okay, so we may see the National Weather Service obviously put an additional warning out, whether that be severe thunderstorm or tornado, based on any reports that they're getting from the spotters. The spotter network is active across the state at this point, and this is the area of concern coming out of Battleground headed toward Delphi. In fact, while we're here, we'll do a quick track on this to show you where this will go next.
I'll see if I can get you a track speed on it.
Okay, perfect.
This will be northeast at 60.
Northeast at 60, so these are moving very quickly. We'll go out of the rotation just a little bit, and let's go back. We'll do a track instead on this. This is going to show you where we expect it to go. Northeast of Battleground, moving northeast near 60 miles per hour. That's going to take it into Logansport at 7:49 and into North Manchester, which would be out of our viewing area by 8:25. But I want to point out some of the areas just northeast of Battleground. So if you're familiar with the area in and around Logansport and between Logansport and Monticello, the rotating part of this storm will track northeast, skipping Monticello off to the east, but headed into Logansport between now and about the next 20 minutes. So we encourage you to watch this storm closely if you live around Logansport or live in this area just to the northeast of Battleground, and then up toward the Logansport area. We've also been monitoring, although this very linear in terms of the red and green close together. So here, no real signs of any tightening rotation, but still that potential of that damaging wind threat. We had a 64-mile-per-hour gust reported in Vigo County, and these storms will contain that threat as they continue to move off to the east.
And even stronger rotation now.
Okay.
Approaching Delphi.
So Rob is monitoring this right here. So Delphi, if you're with us this evening, it's what you see approaching right now. So Delphi to Logansport, I'd even say Deer Creek and Flora. So kind of in this square from Monticello, although Monticello, I think it misses you just to your southeast, approaching Delphi now, Flora, Deer Creek, Logansport, maybe even the Walton area. Right now looks like it'll stay north of Galveston, but moving from Delphi to Logansport, a tightening of rotation with this storm. So we encourage you to be in the safest part of your home. That's going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors, and let this storm pass you by. It's
still pretty broad in some respects, but it's starting to hold together enough, and there's enough of a kink in that line, and it's in a location where a little hook signature is starting to form there that I just got a little bit worried about it.
No, I agree. And what you're seeing and with the analysis is some of that tightening of that rotation a little bit.
Yeah, and this is the area that I'm tracking. I'll show you on the map here. This is the area that I'm talking about right in there. It's a little bit broader. I had to make some adjustments in the setting just to get a better look at it. And again, because it's moving really just on the northwest side of Delphi, it's one of those areas that we'll just really have to watch pretty carefully. As we zoom out a little bit, you will see that when I put the radar back into the traditional view that we look at oftentimes, the reflectivity, it's not as well defined, but I'll draw what I'm looking at here. What I'm looking at is maybe just a little kink. It's real subtle, but I was worried that there was going to be a little hook signature there that was starting to develop. It looked better, and it actually looks a little better in that scan. Let me actually go back to the scan to see if the new velocity scan looks better. That's much broader. Now this has me encouraged by what I'm seeing here. This is much broader rotation than we were looking at earlier, although I'd say a little farther to the south, this area that I'm watching right here, I'll point it out on the map for you, I'm also watching that area. What's happening is the line of storms is really almost due north of the radar, which is farther to the south of this. So we're kind of slicing into the linear structure, which is really perpendicular to the radar beam. All that means is that we're not getting the best view of this unless we get some rotation in that line. And that's exactly what we're starting to see, very minor rotation within that line. And again, I'll put the traditional radar back on so you can see what we're looking at here. Starting to form a little bit more of a linear structure. It's not as well defined as perhaps what we're looking at farther to the south, where we do see a much more well-defined line that's about to approach. But the other thing that we'll be watching here is this one is now starting to show perhaps a little bit of a kink in the line. And we look at those to see if that's going to be where we find any rotation. Very quickly while I have it, I'm going to just pull that velocity on. I'm not seeing it here, although we'll keep an eye on that southern structure. This is the area that I'm tracking. To me, this just looks like very gusty winds that are going to be moving into the western side of the metro and sweeping across the area. I'm not seeing as much in the way of any rotation along that southern end of the line. It's just that northern end. You can really kind of tell the difference there, just south of Delphi. The rotation was much stronger just to the west of Delphi in this area here. Let me draw it on the map. This is the area where we were concerned. I think that threat has now shifted a little farther to the south. Not the most well-defined, but there's a couple of pixels in there that have me concerned. You see the new scan came in, and one of those brighter red pixels did show up. Angela, I'm not seeing anything from the Weather Service as far as their concern about tornado threat in that area, but something I'm going to continue to keep my eye on.
Sounds good. And we've been monitoring this for the last several days, warning you ahead of time of the storms coming in. It was really interesting to see the change from the tornado parameters, really the increase from yesterday to today. I watched Rob at noon, and that significant tornado parameter did increase a bit for about the western 2 or 3 counties in Indiana. So it's not surprising that we had a report of a tornado just to the north of Terre Haute near an airport, and not surprising that we've had 60+ mile-per-hour winds. And very similar to the storms that we tracked Saturday morning, it ended up being basically a line of storms, and then within that line we had those kinks, as Rob pointed out, that did in fact produce some tornadoes. They weren't on the ground very long, but they did do some damage across parts of Park County and elsewhere across the state. So these definitely continue to bear watching for the potential of tornadoes and those damaging wind gusts. The severe thunderstorm warning that we have in place now does include those of you in Frankfort and western Clinton County until 8 p.m. It's going to include western Boone, portions of Hendricks County into Putnam, and southeastern Montgomery, all for that cluster of thunderstorms. And oftentimes, let's come out just a little bit, and also, before we do that analysis, Bloomington, Bedford, heads up. We've got a couple of cells just to your southwest. These are severe thunderstorm warnings south of Linton, so south of Greene County. But Bedford, since we came out far enough and I saw these, heads up for you, and Bloomington, some additional storm development here in the next half hour or so. Let's come back up just to the north, and what sometimes can give us a clear picture of how these storms have evolved is something we call shear swath. So what the radar is detecting, the potential for damaging winds and the potential of rotating thunderstorms. And you can see this has had a clear history of that as soon as it crossed the state line from Illinois, and in fact back out across parts of Illinois, and still some intensification of that threat as it moves into areas like getting ready to move into the western sections of Hendricks County. Looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that we'll cover as well. But I just thought that was kind of an interesting path to show you the path and the development of the storm and the threats that remain in between Crawfordsville and Greencastle. We can give you that heads up. Lebanon and Danville, Frankfort, you will be next within the next 10-15 minutes or so, and we'll do another track on that in just a second. But let's go north. The cell that Rob was talking about now under a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to include Carroll County until 8:15. So new severe thunderstorm warning from the National Weather Service for Carroll County based on what's coming out of Tippecanoe County, and it looks like still that as we detect the shear here, or damaging wind threat, rotation threat, still some spikes being indicated within this. So encourage you, if you are in this area in between Delphi and Logansport, to take this storm seriously. It does have a history of at least some upper level rotation that we were able to see from one of our NDOT cameras in Tippecanoe County, and a little bit of a spike here south of Delphi, and that was the area that Rob was kind of highlighting and circling, that we saw some intensification. Had some initial reports of rotation near Battleground, but some intensification here with that cell just south of Delphi. So heads up, Flora, Deer Creek, this one is moving in within the next few minutes. And we'll back this up just a little bit so I have enough room to do a 60-mile-per-hour track on this.
Yeah, and there's a pretty significant signature coming in. Which cell are you on there? Is
that one's Delphi.
That's Delphi.
Yep.
Farther to the south, I don't know if they want to bring me up on camera. I'll kind of set the stage here for what we're looking at. Let me turn off the watches and warnings very quickly because it'll give you a better idea. Let me start with the regular radar, just so you get an idea of where I'm looking at. This is just to the west of the metro area. We're talking Plainfield, Avon, Brownsburg. This is the area that I think is going to likely impact Hendricks County, impact Boone County. There's a pretty significant reflectivity showing up. Typically what that tells me is that there's probably some hail in there. It's the area in dark that you see. It's that kind of blackish color, kind of a darker purple. This is the area where we're likely seeing, at the very least, some very heavy rain, but probably seeing some hail within that. Now, having shown you that, where it is on radar, the more traditional view, let me switch over to our velocity view. And the reason why I wanted to do that, although it looks like they may have adjusted my velocity view on me, is that when we were looking at the bright colors here, this is the one I wanted. Now this is base velocity, but it could show me, especially since this is headed right for the radar, that we may see some as much as 60-mile-per-hour winds with this coming right down US 36. Now it's probably with more of a northern or northeastern trajectory here. So we're talking Liston, Pittsburgh. I know Angela's been talking about that, but that's a pretty bright bump in the color signature that I'm seeing there. As this line gets closer, Angela, what I think we're going to see is that we're going to see these bright greens and bright reds that you're looking at on the signature get even brighter. And the reason why is they're getting closer to the radar. So we're getting a better look at the storms, especially closer to the surface, the closer they get to Indianapolis. We will really be able to see the dynamic setup of the storms as they especially cross into parts of Hendricks County, approaching Liston, Danville, and Brownsburg as well. That's a pretty significant storm, and I would not be surprised, given the hail reports that we saw in Terre Haute, if we see more hail reports come out as this moves into the northwestern part of Hendricks County over the next, I'd say, half hour or so.
Yeah, and that is, as you pointed out, a significant storm that's getting ready to move into parts of Hendricks County. So we will kind of reset. I'll give you the view of what we're looking at across the area. Now basically a broken line of thunderstorms that extends from Delphi to east of Lafayette, approaching Frankfort, Lebanon, and then south to Bloomington, and then south of there toward Bedford. So I'm going to start in the central part of this line, and then we'll go north and we'll go south and do several tracks to give you a heads up ahead of time of these storms coming in, so you've got a little time to prepare. So we'll highlight the area that is now under the severe thunderstorm warning. So that's the significant storm that Rob was just tracking, the severe thunderstorm warning for Hendricks County, for parts of Boone and southwest Clinton until 8 p.m. and you can see the significant storm that we're tracking. These have been moving off to the northeast between 50 to almost 60 miles per hour. I'm going to do this track in a couple of segments, so we'll do the area that's approaching Brownsburg now, and then we'll kind of dive in and give you an idea of where the strongest part of this storm is and where we expect it to go. So we'll do the southern segment of this line of storms that is just now east of Crawfordsville, entering the northwestern sections of Hendricks County. As this moves off to the northeast near 60 miles per hour, places like Lebanon, you have about 7 minutes. So safest part of your home, away from windows and doors. The threat of damaging winds is high with this, along with the large hail potential. Brownsburg at 7:52, Zionsville 5 minutes to 8 o'clock. It'll then move into Hamilton County, including Westfield, Carmel, Noblesville, Fishers between 8 and 8:15. And then if it holds together, we're talking about it crossing into western Madison County and impacting Alexandria and Anderson by 8:30. A fast moving severe storm may produce damaging wind gusts in excess of 60 and that large hail potential as well. So that's the track on the southern segment of this line. And I want to show you where the intensity is, and Rob did a great job pointing out that hail potential. When we get the brighter reflectivity, especially the areas of dark purple or black, that really means the radar is picking up, whether it be very heavy rain, more likely picking up something bigger than rain in the form of some
New
hail.
tornado warning, Hendricks County.
New tornado warning for
Yeah,
Hendricks County.
we'll need to reset here to go on air.
So we'll take a break here from streaming, but don't go anywhere. We're going to get the folks over on Channel 13 updated, and we will have that on the stream as well, but we need just a second to reset.
East at 55.
Or subscribe directly.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our everyday.
They're out with 16.
And good evening. I'm meteorologist
Divorced,
Angela Buckman.
remarried
A
with
new
a baby,
tornado warning has
another
been
on the
issued
way.
until 8 p.m. for Hendricks County. We've been monitoring this storm over on WTHR Plus and online, showing significant intensification, the likelihood of large hail, the likelihood of damaging wind. And now the National Weather Service has gone tornado warning on this one until 8 p.m. I do want to give you a closer view and track this storm for you, moving east. I'm sorry, Rob.
East at 55.
East at 55. So taking now more of an easterly component as we track the southern part of this intense line of storms that is impacting parts of Boone and Clinton counties as well, but it's to the south where we have rotation, and we're highlighting this area here. It's going to be just south of North Salem, and we've been talking about this on the stream, this little kink here in the radar. If this one is producing rotation or is producing a tornado, most likely that is just south of New Salem, and or North Salem, and I will give you an even closer view. Again, if rotating, we have that little kink in the radar, this little hook right here on the north side, most likely some large hail just south of North Salem, and this is tracking east in between the Danville area and Liston. So if you live in Liston, Danville, Pittsboro, even Brownsburg, safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. We do have a new tornado warning from the National Weather Service until 8 p.m. and it's this area that we are highlighting here, and it will go right in between Liston and Danville. I'm going to back this out just a bit because it is moving so fast that we need to come out a bit on the map to do a track as it moves east at about 50 miles per hour, 55 miles per hour. And this, I'm going to monitor this cell right here, and we'll do a track on the leading edge of it. A little larger than the kink itself because we want to make sure you're prepared out ahead of that rotation and in time to put your safety plan.
Sirens are sounding in Hendricks County.
Sirens are sounding. Rob Ellis with us this evening. Sirens are sounding in Hendricks County, moving east at about 55 miles per hour as we follow the path of this into Brownsburg at 7:54. Brownsburg, you've got 10 minutes to get into the safest part of your home. If it holds together, Fisher's at 8:16, so it will move into Hamilton County after 8 p.m. Moving so quickly off to the east. We gave you the area in between Danville and Liston. You have maybe a minute or two because it's moving so quickly, but then it would be into Brownsburg at about 5 minutes to 8 o'clock. So western half of Hendricks County, you need to be in the safest part of your home. That's the lowest level away from windows and doors, as there is a new tornado warning from the National Weather Service for this area of storms. And it's one of several that we're monitoring. This by far is the strongest, but we do have severe thunderstorm warnings up into Cass and Carroll counties, damaging wind threat increasing as this one curves out a little bit and moves toward the Logansport area. This is coming out of Delphi to the south. Intense storms in Clinton County, moving into Frankfort right now. Lebanon in Boone County. A heads up for you. You are part of this line of storms that is prompting severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. Frankfort south to Lebanon, and then the area of rotation that we're monitoring now into the western sections of Hendricks County, moving east between 50 and 60 miles per hour. These storms are moving so fast. Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
A couple of things that I'm noticing. One, we're starting to get some 1-inch diameter hail reports, but this is coming in from Boone County, as well as east winds at 65 to 70 miles per hour. This is again from a central Indiana Skywarn spotter. Also semi turned over on Interstate 65 between 156 mile marker and 157. If memory serves me, that's going to be up past, maybe closer to the Lafayette area. Also, I'm noticing another kink beginning to develop north of where that tornado warning is currently. Has me a little concerned.
Okay, and they do have your computer up. So if you wanted to highlight that for the folks watching, because we were kind of monitoring that area in between Danville and Liston originally, but perhaps additional signs of rotation with this one?
Yeah, so this is where our current tornado warning is, and you can make out a little bit of the hook signature that we're tracking there where the rotation is. It doesn't show up great on the velocity, but we're maybe looking at a little bit of a hook signature there. Where we're watching the next one is potentially right in here. So this is going to be eventually approaching probably south of Lebanon, but if I were in Lebanon, I'd watch. And let me just say this, the area, the entire line I'm noticing is really producing some gusty winds. I've looked at it in a couple of different locations, and I think just about everyone is going to at least see the wind pick up significantly as this pushes through. Not the best view there because it's starting to become perpendicular to the radar beam, but that would be my concern, Angela, is that the winds are going to affect you whether or not you're in the tornado warning. Very gusty winds.
Yes, and that is a good thing to point out, Rob, and thanks for kind of highlighting those areas for the folks at home. Severe weather coverage continues along with the Pacers coverage. We want to make sure everyone is prepared for the significant storms that are moving into central Indiana right now. This line of storms has a history of tornadoes across parts of Illinois. Confirmed tornado warning for us came into the Vigo County area north of Terre Haute, and now you can see the line extends from about Logansport to east of Lafayette into Frankfort into the Lebanon area. There's the tornado warned storm just west of Indianapolis, just west of Brownsburg, and a new severe thunderstorm warning. We were talking about this cell on the stream approaching the Bloomington area. So we'll go south to north across this line to make sure you're prepared to what's coming your way. This is the storm, new severe thunderstorm warning for the Bedford area up into southeastern Monroe County. Easy to see where this storm is and where we expect it to go next. Severe thunderstorm warning will go until 8:15 for parts of Lawrence County and southeastern Monroe County. And again, because these are going so fast, we'll come out just a little bit to do the track on this as it moves northeast. We've been clocking these between 50 and 60 miles per hour. So we'll go with the more intense part of this cell that's approaching Bedford. And as it tracks off to the north and east, Lake Monroe at 7:54. So it'll be just south of Bloomington at about 5 minutes to 8 o'clock. And then if it would hold together, be into Bartholomew County and Columbus by 8:28. So that's the far southern part of this line of storms. The tornado warned part is just now approaching the Lebanon and Brownsburg areas. And this one is moving at least, well, I guess the rotating part of this storm is moving closer to the Brownsburg area, but Rob just pointed this out, the intensity and the little kinks showing up here in Boone County near the Lebanon area and then up into Frankfort. All of these cells moving off to the east, northeast between 50 and 60 miles per hour. And very similar to what we saw with the storms on Saturday, National Weather Service issues these large severe thunderstorm warnings in advance of the line of storms. We don't want you to get caught off guard. National Weather Service doesn't want you to get caught off guard, knowing that you've got a damaging wind threat coming in, a hail threat coming in, and oftentimes with these lines of storms, tornadoes can spin up with little to no notice, and that is still a possibility. We have the tornado warned cell until 8 o'clock for Hendricks County, so give you a closer view of that one. And it's the southern part of this storm, but boy, that's an intense cell. And it's this area approaching Liston. So Danville, it stayed just to your north. It's basically Liston to Pittsboro. So in this area, safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. The storm may be producing rotation at the least damaging wind gusts right over Liston, headed into Pittsboro now. And on this track, Zionsville, Whitestown, Carmel, Westfield, you would be next if this holds together. And at this point, we're not showing any signs of this line of storms weakening. In fact, if anything, we've seen some additional strengthening, especially with the wind threat and the hail threat. What we can show you to help point out where we have these threats is the shear detector. And we have that area. This was exactly what Rob was pointing out on the leading edge of that area of heavy rain. This is where the rotation is possible. It's near Liston right now, approaching Brownsburg, but Lebanon, we can't rule it out east of you. So think eastern Boone County. If you're anywhere east of Lebanon, Zionsville, Whitestown, you will be next. And then just east of Frankfort, so coming out of Clinton County, think Kokomo and Tipton. The shear detector, whether it's rotating or not, that damaging wind potential is a real threat here as it comes through Boone, Hendricks counties right now, Clinton County as well, Tipton County, Hamilton County, northwestern Marion County. You will be next as these storms track off to the east and northeast. So that's the shear part, the damaging wind threat, the rotation part of this. We can also check for large hail. I'm surprised we're not getting a bigger signature with that. A little bit here around the Lebanon area in Boone County, but not a large hail detection at this point from the radar. But if we go back, you can see it does have a history of large hail, especially as this moved into the western sections of Hendricks County. So that is still a threat, along with the ongoing tornado threat and damaging wind threat. Rob, pretty impressive line of storms storms at this point moving across central Indiana. Tornado warning. We've got another 7 minutes or so on this warning. We're going to stick through that. So we've got the severe weather coverage and the basketball coverage. Once the tornado warning goes, we'll bring you back to full basketball. Rob?
Yeah, the other thing I want to mention is kind of what we're seeing as far as some of our storm reports. In addition to the tornado warning, we're also just getting those high wind reports. We have had reports of a semi that has been blown over. This is on Interstate 65. This is in the 157 mile marker. So this is going to be really between Frankfort and between Lafayette. I've been looking at that area to see if I can find any cameras there. The camera that I've been able to pull up isn't showing me that particular area at the moment, but I have been keeping my eye on it. This is what we're tracking because this area did have a significant storm. We were watching it as this has been moving across some of the interstates there. This is really more of the northern. Okay, so we know where this is. This is right near Lebanon, and you can see how heavy the rain is coming down. People are braking and trying to probably avoid some of the hail that's also coming down with this, but significant lightning, significant winds, very heavy rain. You can see the wind blowing at the moment through this traffic camera from west to east because we are looking north. Look at all of the flashers that are on the interstate of cars that are unfortunately going right into the northern part of the storm. Now, this is not the tornado warned side of the storm, but you can see the semi pulling over there to try to avoid that very heavy rain, probably some hail ongoing. Typically, you don't see people shelter underneath the bridge there just because of heavy rain, but certainly because of some hail that's likely falling within this, some of the very heavy rain. Of course, very difficult to see, of course, when that rain is coming down. And you can see some of the traffic there. Also probably stopped because, again, this is, I'll have to check and see if it was northbound or southbound that we were looking at the overturned or the semi on its side. I'll see if I can get more information. Did have information about ongoing hail reports with the storm. So I haven't seen anything specifically related to the tornado warning. That's not to say, typically there's a little bit of a delay from tornado warning to when we actually get some real data or some real confirmed reports of it. Good news is that I have not seen that. I did see some hail reports come in from Boone County in addition to some areas back into Hendricks County as well.
Perfect. So we're monitoring everything that comes in from the spotters. The spotter network has been activated. They've been activated for the last hour or so at the minimum, and that really helps the National Weather Service. It helps us pass along what we're seeing on radar with any confirmation of hail, wind damage, or tornadoes, and those continue to be the threats at this hour. We're going to stick with you for about 4.5 minutes or so, get you through this tornado warning. One thing that will be working in our favor is this line of storms is moving into a less favorable area in terms of the tornado threat. Don't want you to let your guard down. We're still under that threat of severe weather in terms of 60+ mile-per-hour winds, large hail, heavy rain, but the tornado threat should be diminishing once this line moves into a slightly less favorable area. If you were with us during our early evening news, we talked about the significant tornado parameter, and that was really highlighting the western part of the state and portions of Illinois. And parts of Illinois had a handful of confirmed tornado warnings earlier today. Several severe thunderstorm warnings for us. Let's start south. These are the cells impacting Bedford and Bloomington right now. Threat of heavy rain, threat of hail, and the threat of at least the potential of some rotation. It's broad. This indicates more of a wind, straight line wind damage threat than it does something that would produce a tornado. But while we're on the velocities, let's go north. By the way, this severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8:15.
And that one just had a report come across. Is that the one that went through Putnam County earlier? The Greencastle area. Let me just read this off. In Greencastle, there was a report of a tree onto a garage. Okay. So starting to see the damage reports roll in, and there's typically is about a 20 to maybe 30-minute delay. I just noticed your signature there. Yeah, yep. The shear marker just popped up.
So that's going to be exactly that cell that you just mentioned that we got damage reports coming out of Greencastle, correct?
Yes.
Near Greencastle out of Putnam County. So this cell, if I back this up just to bring it out just a little bit, So there's Greencastle. So this storm has moved northeast across Putnam County, across portions of Hendricks County, which is the reason for the tornado warning until 8 o'clock. And we're still showing some rotation here approaching Brownsburg. So if you live in Brownsburg, please be in the safest part of your home. Lowest level, away from windows and doors. These don't show up very often, and when they do, oftentimes this is producing wind damage or a tornado, and that is right over Pittsboro right now. Where is this going to go next? As it moves east northeast, heads up Whitestown, Zionsville, perhaps in the path, as well as northwestern Marion County, including Meridian Hills, Speedway. I think it stays just north of you, but if you're anywhere in this area from Pittsboro to Brownsburg, into Whitestown, Zionsville, Meridian Hills, think Broad Ripple, think the northwest side, Pike Township, safest part of your home. This is an intense storm, and we're now starting to get some reports of some damage coming out of Putnam County and Greencastle.
I think that rotation will likely pass. It'll cross Interstate 65 very close to Interstate 865 at the interchange there, just south of Whitestown. So that's the area. If you're north of Whitestown or in Whitestown, you're probably going to get some significant rain. And this is the area, I know they've just pulled my radar full, so let me take off some of the other things that I'm looking at. But what I'm looking at, and again, correct me if you see something different, Angela, but this is the area that I think we're seeing a little bit of that rotational signature right in here. And of course, because this is moving east with a northeast component to it, that's going to put it, these are moving pretty fast, northeast at, or east northeast at about what, 50, 55 miles per hour, we said? Yeah, I only think I can get it on my, I have to zoom out just a little bit to get a better view of it, because we're probably going to see this move. Yeah, I still don't have quite enough angle there, so the times may be slightly off, but 8:09, so maybe another 10 minutes in Zionsville proper. But if you're in the Whitestown area, and I'm very familiar with this because I live in the Traders Point area, I'd be concerned in that area right near where Interstates 865 and 65 come together, and then north of there up to the Whitestown exit, up to the Lebanon exit.
Okay, all that really great information. We're going to hang with you for another minute just to see what the National Weather Service does with the tornado warning and really the southern part of this storm that we're most concerned with. New reports coming in. This one out of Clinton County, several power poles down in the area of County Road 450 South and County Road 750 West, which is in between Highway 52 and Interstate 65. Rob mentioned the report of a tree onto a garage in Greencastle and Putnam County. And then I did see a picture coming in from the National Weather Service chat of severe hail. That's the size of a quarter or larger. So these storms do have a history of damage now, and unfortunately some severe hail as well. Let's put the radar back. I'm going to give this another tick or so. Nothing new from the National Weather Service in terms of continuing this tornado warning. They have issued severe thunderstorm warnings in advance. Any of these storms have the potential for damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, quarter-size hail or larger, even the cell that's approaching Lake Monroe to the south. The tornado warning was set to expire at 8. Again, just waiting for some additional confirmation from the National Weather Service. We don't want to let you go too soon and and have some of our viewers not warned ahead of time. But I can warn you ahead of time, as Rob did, across Boone County. So Zionsville and Whitestown, up into Hamilton County, Sheridan, Tipton. So the storms that caused some power poles to come down in Clinton County, heads up, Kokomo, Tipton coming in now. Those gusty winds oftentimes are in advance of the heavy rain. So if you can get into the safest part of your home within this line of storms, really most concerning is this area approaching Kokomo, Tipton, Zionsville, Whitestown now, and then eventually this will move across Hamilton
And
County.
it looks like we've got more wind damage coming in from Clinton County. Some power poles that are down, so that the power outages are likely going to be going up. And if they're able to pop my computer up very quickly, just because I have a camera there right at 8:65, at 65 that we've been monitoring, notice how quickly the clouds are moving by. This is looking north, so if there is a storm, it's actually going to be on the left side of the screen. That darkening that you see on the left side of the screen, that's the area that I'm going to be watching. It does look like things have weakened. Some good news there. But watch out if you're in these areas, Whitestown, Zionsville, a good portion of Boone County, and then eventually into Hamilton County.
Okay, thank you so much. As promised, you basketball fans, we're going to get you back to full audio on the game since the tornado warning is no longer in effect. We will continue our coverage online and streaming on WTHR Plus, and a full report here at 11.
The one thing Miles will do every now and then, Rick Carlisle, is knows to try to don't reach.
It's P.J. Washington at the free throw line. He has an 11-point first half. Came back and played on Sunday after missing games with a sprained right ankle. And this is the first. We have the Chevy halftime show on the way. JJ and Eddie will have it from the loft here in the entry pavilion at Gainbridge Fieldhouse, 59-50.
And good evening. Welcome back to live coverage here on WTHR Plus and online. My meteorologist Angela Buckman along with Rob Ellis. It has been a busy afternoon and evening, mainly evening, although we've been tracking this for the last couple of days. Knew it was going to be busy, knew we had that threat of severe weather, and unfortunately that has materialized across central Indiana. Before I do a deep dive on radar, I do want to pass along some reports we're getting from the National Weather Service. Several power poles down in the area of County Road 450 South. So we're in Clinton County here, 450 South and County Road 750 West, which is between Highway 52 and Interstate 65, due to the line of storms approaching Kokomo and Tipton and Hamilton County. Here is your warning that these storms do have a history of producing some wind damage. Report of a tree onto a garage in Greencastle. This is going to be just basically, they're saying 600 block of North US 231 in Putnam County, and then a severe hail picture coming to us out of Boone County. We consider severe hail the size of a quarter or larger, and from what I'm seeing from the National Weather Service, severe hail in Boone County. So hail in Boone County, wind damage reports coming out of Clinton and Putnam counties at the minimum, and did have a 64-mile-per-hour gust reported in Vigo County. This line of storms is moving into a slightly less favorable area to support tornadoes, but not less favorable when we're talking wind damage and hail. So those will continue to be real concerns. Let's go south first, and then we'll work our way north along this line. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings to get to right now, including those of you watching in the Monroe County area and south of Bloomington. Here is the storm in Bedford now. Bloomington, it looks like the worst is going to stay south and east of you, although it is hitting Lake Monroe at this point, moving northeast out of Lawrence County. Monroe County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, and then over toward Brownstown and into Seymour. That's a new
each of those 3 cells that you're looking at right there, Angela, are starting to show some rotational.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. Seymour, Brownstown, so think Jackson County, and then over to southern Lawrence County, severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45. And Rob mentioning signs of rotation. So while we're here, we'll check those velocities for you. That one looks fairly significant in the Bedford area. So I would treat these thunderstorms as a thunderstorm that could produce a tornado with little to no warning. So what that means is if you're under one of these storms, take precautions. Lowest level, away from windows and doors. With this situation that we're dealing with the atmosphere the way it is, even if it's a tornado spin up that lasts a couple of minutes, it is enough to do damage. So we encourage you in the Bedford area, just east of there. So think northeastern Lawrence County, and then northeast of there, that would take it in between Columbus and Brownstown. More Columbus if it moves on that direct northeast path. So Rob noting some rotation developing in this area, and we can see it here as well with the velocities. Let's go north. That covers those warnings again till 8:15, and then into Jackson County until 8:45. We'll go north along the line. This really turning into a damaging wind threat, which we've seen come out of Clinton County. Several power poles down, had the hail report out of Boone County, and now this is making its way into Kokomo, Tipton, Noblesville, Zionsville as well, with the intensity of this broken line of storms that's pretty easy to see. A lot of the rotation we've seen with this one has been on the southern extent, so if it would still be rotating or producing possible rotation, that's going to be right over Whitestown and Zionsville now, tracking northeast, headed toward Noblesville and Cicero, so northern half of Hamilton County. These storms will continue to move off to the northeast between 50 and 60 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8:30 this evening for parts of Hamilton, Tipton, and Howard counties. That's a relatively new severe thunderstorm warning as well. And then up to the north, we have additional severe thunderstorm warnings for Miami County and Cass County until 8:15. It has been an active evening for us tracking these thunderstorms, and still threats centering around tornadoes, damaging wind, and large hail, although we do think that tornado threat will start to diminish just a bit as these storms move a little farther to the east into a less favorable area of tornadic development. Rob?
Yeah, I've just been monitoring some of the cameras in areas that we're really going to be more concerned about. I'm looking at one of the traffic cameras here. This is US 421. This is going to be at 116th Street. So we're looking at eventually, and the reason I chose this camera, although now it's looking to the east, is because I wanted to see if I could get ahead of this into parts of Hamilton County. Let me go to the next camera to show you US 31 at Rangeline Road. This is where we're looking at getting into kind of Hamilton County. This is the one I really wanted to look at because we're looking south and west, and you can see just in this image, look down the road, you can see a little bit of a lightening. That's where we're seeing maybe a little bit of clearing there, but then on the left side of that, you see it's kind of darker. I think that's a good bit of that rain shaft that's going to be approaching probably within the next 10 or 15 minutes or so, maybe even less time than that in this area. So we're looking, I'm watching the traffic cameras because I'm trying to get any kind of indication. And a lot of times, look on the right side of the screen there, a lot of times what we see, and we've even gotten a couple of viewer photos, is you see this lowering of some of the clouds, some of these scud clouds. And right now I'm not seeing any indication of any rotation in that at the moment, but don't get caught off guard and be deceived that that's a tornado that's forming. It's just some low cloudiness that we're looking at, Angela.
Okay, so that's some good news. By the way, our Felicia Lawrence lives near you.
Yep.
She sent a picture. She wants you to text her because she's been out safely, we hope, taking pictures of severe weather. And we never want you to go out and put yourself in harm's way just to send pictures. We'd much rather you tell us after the fact that you didn't have any damage rather than put you and your family in harm's way. A new severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like we've got some additional development behind the main line. So let's go there and give you the time on that new warning.
It's a little surprising that we're seeing that develop back behind this.
Yeah, I would have thought the atmosphere would be stabilizing somewhat behind the initial line, but a new severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45 for, boy, the area that just got hit, Lebanon. So western half of Boone County, northwestern Hendricks, northeastern Putnam, and the southeastern sections of Montgomery County. New severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45. Let's check the shear detector. A lot of that shear is being picked up with the main line, so that's a little farther east in the area from Tipton to Sheridan, Cicero, Noblesville, Zionsville, and then up into Howard County where the main line is right now. But while we're here,
I'm also wondering if hail is going to be much more of a component in those rear storms because the upper levels, which are much colder, are trying to move in. So just something that I've been noticing.
And speaking of cold, if you caught, I'm not sure if you caught it, but we actually would need to watch this one. Much colder air coming in behind this weather system. We've been on the spring side of this powerful storm system today with the threat of severe weather, but unfortunately, we're going to be into the colder side of that system tomorrow. We've been monitoring these. We don't get them very often, but when they do, they definitely grab our attention. And this was the area of rotation that Rob was pointing out, northeast of Bedford at this point. So it's going to show you the area. This is in a fairly rural area of northeast Lawrence County that would make its way into southern Brown, and if it would hold together into a more populated area around Columbus. But heads up, if you live between Bedford and Columbus in this area, we don't get these shear detectors popping up very often. A real good indicator of rotation and or damaging winds.
New tornado warning for that cell.
Okay, so new tornado warning for this storm here. Let me check one thing before we take a break. It is going to be parts of Brown. Okay. Yep. So we're going to need to reset and get the folks over on Channel 13 updated. The radar will still stream, and you'll have us back live on streaming and online in a few minutes.
Started a very long time ago.
And good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman along with meteorologist Rob Ellis. We have a new tornado warning. We are in halftime, so we're not going to do the box of basketball and the box of severe weather coverage. We will get back to that as the game resumes after halftime. But we do have a new tornado warning. It's a storm we were tracking very closely. Rob was on this cell several minutes ago, noting an increased rotation in Lawrence County. So this is just northeast of Bedford, and it is going to move northeast very quickly.
50, northeast at 50.
50, okay, so these have been moving 50, 55 miles per hour to the northeast. On that path, eventually Columbus, you would be in the path of this storm just to the south of Nashville. But this is a new tornado warning, and it's going to be for parts of southwest Bartholomew County, southern sections of Brown, and the northeastern sections of Lawrence County, and the far northwestern part of Jackson County. So several of our counties southeast of Bloomington are going to be impacted by this storm. New tornado warning until 8:45. Again, if you're tuning back in expecting to see basketball, we will have basketball back on once we get through halftime. But we want to make sure our viewers are safe and aware of a significant storm that is now northeast of Bedford. I am going to put a track on this as it will move very quickly, as Rob pointed out, to the northeast at about 50. But rotation most likely is in this area here. So think northeast of Bedford, south of Nashville. The rotating part of this storm, Nashville and Brown County, is going to stay to the south of you. Let's do a track on this. I'm going to go a little farther east than the rotating cylinder, and this really is what we have on radar to help show you where a tornado could be forming or actually doing damage. And as it moves northeast, we're now starting to see the rotation just northeast of that cylinder. So I want to do the track there just so we give you plenty of warning. Moving northeast at 50, that's going to take it quickly into Bartholomew County. Columbus by 8:43, so you have less than a half hour. Columbus, I know you're not under the tornado warning, but this storm, even if it weakens, is coming your way in the next 30 minutes. And then it would be into the Honda plant. So that is closer to the Greensburg area by shortly after 9 p.m. Rotating thunderstorm, new tornado warning until 8:45 for the storm that is just south of Nashville, coming into the southern sections of Brown County and then headed into Columbus. You have less than 30 minutes as this storm will move over a relatively rural area. But as I mentioned, if it holds together, Columbus, you have less than 30 minutes before the storm gets in.
There may be a couple of areas of rotation. I noticed a couple of shear markers just popped up. I was kind of analyzing this and looking at it. Now that they brought that up, the shear markers that Angela's been talking about, you see them there on the screen. It's those rotating cylinders. I'm going to remove those just so that I can show you kind of what I've been tracking, because I want to get in real close. It's not necessarily the most populated area, but one area that I am tracking, looking at a little bit of rotation here and then potentially a little bit of rotation in this area. Because of that, I'm going to get in real close. Norman, probably going to split the difference between the two of those. Because we're so far away from the radar, I'd really be concerned that there could be rotation at any point along that piece of the segment. So the Norman area, we're looking at Kurtz. This is West State Road 58. I'm just going to continue going north and east from there, because until we get the next scan, we may actually, because these are moving so quickly, we may actually already be ahead of that. Maumee, Bald Knobs, we're looking at eventually this moving northeast to Buffalo, and as Angela's been tracking, but really seeing a couple of areas of rotation within that line, Angela, so that we may see one weaken and then another spin back up. This may be kind of a skipping type of situation as it moves through parts of Brown County.
And fairly typical for a line of storms like this. Don't want to downplay the fact that these cells can spin up tornadoes, and they may only last a couple of minutes, but it only takes that short amount of time to do damage. And we are getting damage reports coming out of Greencastle and Putnam County, power poles down in Clinton County, and large hail reported in Boone County. That complex is now headed to Marion, headed across the northern half of Hamilton County. We have an additional storm developing, approaching the Lebanon area, and that tornado warned storm that is headed toward Columbus at this point, and that tornado warning goes until 8:45. Very active evening for us. Within this line of thunderstorms, quick spin-ups of tornadoes will still be possible. We've been talking about the fact that this is moving into a less favorable area, but at this point showing no significant signs of weakening, and unfortunately that means the potential of more damage. If you're tuning back in thinking halftime is over, not quite yet. As soon as halftime is over, we'll box back with the basketball game and continue to keep the viewer safe as we monitor storms with the potential of tornadoes. Rob was pointing out those little kinks, and you can clearly see this one here northeast of Bedford, and we'll dive in and give you some of the smaller towns in the path. More populated area would be up toward the Columbus area and into Bartholomew County. So if you live anywhere in between Columbus and Bedford, you now have storms capable of producing tornadoes. Rob mentioned Maumee, there it is, and there's the little kink in between Maumee and Norman. Buffalo would be in the path. Along, and again, up to the north and east, more populated area, that's going to be Columbus in Bartholomew County. Those are just a couple of the smaller communities that are now dealing with the threat of tornadoes at this point, and easy to see that area of rotation, and then another little kink or rotating part of this storm, all moving northeast within this tornado warning, headed toward Columbus. You've got less than a half hour. In fact, I'll do a new track since we're here to give you an idea of where the storm is going to go as it moves northeast at 50. We will do the leading edge of the rotating part of this storm. So this area basically here, and this storm is going northeast at 50. So we will have a few communities in the path, including Columbus as it moves northeast. Columbus 842, so that's about 20 minutes. Safest part of your home is going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors. This will then move into Decatur County, the Honda plant, and Greensburg between 9 and 9:15. We can't encourage you enough. You've got some heads up. You've got some warning. Early warning, Columbus into Greensburg, so Bartholomew into Decatur counties, that this storm does have a history of rotation. Now under a tornado warning into southwestern Bartholomew County, and perhaps additional warnings to come if this one continues to rotate. Any new information from the National Weather Service as far as damage reports? I know we've got the one out of Putnam
There's
County.
definitely a lot of power poles down. Clinton County looks like they took a pretty significant hit because of the gusty winds with the initial storm that came through. I wish I had good news, but we've got another storm that's redeveloped back behind that we're going to be talking about. Maybe some additional gusty winds for Lebanon, for Whitestown, eventually approaching Zionsville, Sheridan, and then maybe another round for Hamilton County, which is dealing with a cell that's moving through right now, likely producing some very heavy rain, gusty winds. And again, this is what's moving through the metro. It is not tornado warned. It is just severe thunderstorm warned for those particular cells. The tornado warning is much farther to the south, but we're starting to get some images in of some of the power poles that are down and some of the power outages. I'm starting to see many of the counties west of the city that are really starting to rack up the power outages, Angela.
Okay, so that's a concern, and it's something that we've talked about days leading up to this severe weather event. The potential of those damaging winds that can bring down power lines, cause power outages, the large hail, and unfortunately that tornado threat does continue. Tornado warning into the southwestern sections of Bartholomew County until 8:45. Heads up, Columbus, if this holds together, it's coming your way. This extends north into Franklin, non-severe. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings north of Indianapolis. So let's go there now and highlight the areas of intense storms. Basketball game, you can see, is back on. We're going to stick with you until the tornado warning expires, and then we'll get you back to full basketball sound. But until then, we need to make sure the viewers are safe under that tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning north of Indianapolis. This includes Noblesville, Tipton, Kokomo. Heads up, Marion, some of the stronger winds approaching this area here, so western sections of Grant County now. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. The severe thunderstorm watch continues for this area as well, and the warning goes until 8:30. This is an intense new storm. As Rob mentioned, a hail threat with this one, a wind threat with this one, and it's right over Boone County. Boone County was already hit pretty hard with some large hail and some gusty winds, and now you've got a new storm coming into Lebanon right now. If it holds together, Whitestown, Zionsville, eventually back into Sheridan. Clinton County was another area that was hit hard. At least you're getting a bit of a break at this point in terms of the severe threat. By the way, Boone County, that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8:45. Not severe here, but heavy rain moving across Johnson County, Marion County. We've got a few storms moving in at this point, not severe, headed into the Indianapolis area. The tornado warned storm that continues for this area to in between Bedford and Columbus, and we're still getting that rotating cylinder, or what we call a shear marker. Shear marker just makes it easy for us to show you the rotation. It's also pretty easy to see this little gap in the radar echoes. Rotation most likely is here, and it is going to move just south of Nashville and head right toward Columbus. We've given you a heads up, Columbus. It's less than 20 minutes away, more like 15 minutes away. So southern Bartholomew County into Columbus, and then northeast into the Hope area. Now is the time to be thinking about your safety plan and go ahead and put it into action. I know you're not under the tornado warning, Columbus and Hope, but this is a significant storm that continues to develop and continues to intensify at this point. There is the area of rotation just northeast of that little rotating cylinder, so we can dive in real close and show you that it has moved east of the Maumee area. These are just a couple of the smaller communities in the path. Buffalo, Spurgeon's Corner, Beck's Grove. These are all in between Bedford and Columbus. Columbus would be the next more populated area that this storm is going to impact as it moves off to the north and east. Still showing significant signs of rotation, and on our shear detector, obviously it's still picking up on that. And again, this is just an easy way for us to show you where we have the spikes and the potential of wind damage and the potential of tornadoes, and that is still very evident with this storm in between Bedford and Columbus. Columbus, can't warn you enough, this one is coming your way in about 15 minutes. In fact, we'll back this up a little bit just because it's moving so fast. Gives me a little more real estate to work with as far as doing a track and where we expect it to go. I'm going to go a little east of the cylinder because most likely the cylinder hasn't caught up to that rotation.
And I think there's
that
actually,
is here.
I think there's actually two
areas of rotation.
Yeah, one where the cylinder is, but also just south of the larger area of heavy precipitation that you're looking at on radar. So really north of there, just a click or so.
Okay.
I think we're actually seeing two areas. So it's also 3 counties away from where the radar site is. So we may not be getting the best view of this.
Okay. Yeah, regardless if we have rotation or that 60-mile-per-hour plus wind damage, we do want to make sure you're ahead of the game. So maybe we'll just track the leading edge of some of the heavier rain. That gives you even more time to prepare Columbus. But this area is what we're watching south of Nashville in the tornado warn box. And as it goes northeast at 50, this will be into Columbus at 8:40, so less than 15 minutes. We've been monitoring this tornado warn storm. Columbus 8:40, the Honda plant 9:08, Greensburg 9:10. So Columbus a few minutes after 8:40 for you, so a little before 9 o'clock, and it'll be a few minutes after 9 o'clock if it would hold together that this is going to go into the Greensburg area. So we just encourage you. This one's still showing significant signs of, as Rob mentioned, a couple of areas of rotation here and the potential that it still could produce a tornado, and it's one of several storms that we continue to monitor. The tornado warning, by the way, this goes into the southwestern corner of Bartholomew County, set to expire at 8:45. So we're going to continue to do some severe weather coverage, do some basketball coverage, just in case you're a big basketball fan, not missing out on the game, but making sure that the folks here in central Indiana are aware of severe weather that really we've been talking about for the last several days. So we'll clear the track on this.
Looks like they're extending the tornado, not extending the tornado warning, but with that same cell, they've extended a severe thunderstorm warning all the way to Greensburg.
Okay, so we mentioned Greensburg, we mentioned the Honda plant in advance of the rotating part of the storm. National Weather Service giving you plenty of heads up. We saw this early Saturday morning. It's very similar, a long line of storms, severe thunderstorm warnings up and down the line, and then highlighting areas within the line that have the potential of producing tornadoes. And I think we ended up with 10 tornadoes across the state from Saturday morning. So we want to make sure you take these storms seriously with little to no warning. When we deal with a line like this and the wind field, the parameters we have in place, it doesn't take much to get a little spin up, and even a little spin up can do a lot of damage if you're under one of those parts of the line of storms. But intensity continues to grow, especially with the storm down to the south and east. And there's the new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to include Bartholomew County into Greensburg. This will go until 9 p.m. Again, National Weather Service just giving you plenty of heads up, almost a half-hour heads up of these storms that are moving very quickly off to the northeast around 50
Looks like they have
miles per hour,
canceled
so
the tornado warning.
Okay, so they've canceled the tornado warning. Spotter network is active, so National Weather Service may just be waiting to see if we get any confirmation from emergency managers in the county in this area. Did a tornado actually occur? Is there damage in this area? If another tornado warning is issued, we will get back here on Channel 13, but for now we're going to get you back to full basketball. Our coverage will continue online and on streaming WTHR+.
Making a real difference right now. At CareSource, we're removing barriers. We're improving
And good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman, along with meteorologist Rob Ellis. Our live coverage continues here on WTHR Plus and online, and you can see why we're live with you this evening. Several severe thunderstorm warnings along this line of intense storms. This is all moving from the line itself, west to east. The individual storms are tracking northeast. Did get some good new information from this cell here in Boone County, an additional one that developed behind the main line. Let's see here. From nothing to report from us. The Skywarn there, those are the storm spotters in central Indiana, so nothing new from that latest storm. Let's see, power lines down on 31 Howard, Miami County line. So that's pretty consistent with the damage we've seen with this cluster of storms. As it moved through Clinton County, brought down some power lines, and now basically the Miami Howard County line, getting reports along 31 of some power lines down as well. Heads up, Marion, that's moving in right now, and it will move into Hartford City, Alexandria, just north of Anderson next. So this will be Grant, Blackford, and northern Madison counties. Storm has a history of wind damage, bringing down some power lines. And when I have a second, we switch it off to Rob here in a minute, I'll try to get a graphic together for some power outages because Rob was reporting we were starting to see some of those counties increase, especially west, with those power outages. We have another storm warned for Frankfort into Lebanon. From the spotters in Boone County, nothing new to report on that storm, so that's a little bit of good news. I did mention the areas of damage or power lines down Howard, Miami County line along 31. Let's see, rain wrap funnel clouds reported in Hendricks County. That storm has, I would think that might have been from earlier because that storm has moved on. Let's give you other, Greencastle had some reports of damage. We did have large hail reported in Boone County, so lots of reports of damage coming in from this wave of severe thunderstorms. There are the current warnings, and they went ahead and looks like they've issued a new warning on that storm, even though spotters didn't detect anything significant with this. That's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. A new one for western Tipton, northwestern Hamilton, and northeastern sections of Boone County and portions of Clinton County. That will go until 9 p.m. because of that cell there. We also, not under a warning, but I'm here to tell you, Marion, this cell has a history of bringing down some power lines along 31 in between Peru and Kokomo, so take shelter on that one. This extends south into Madison County. Severe thunderstorm warning also until 9 p.m. this evening. Nothing severe in and around the Indianapolis area. That's honestly some good news considering we've got thousands of folks down at Gainbridge Fieldhouse for the game that we've been showing on Channel 13 this evening. This area, they're warning for potential of some damaging winds and still that tornado threat as well. Southeast of Greenwood, southeast of Franklin. We will go south because now some of these intense cells are moving in between Bloomington and Columbus at this point. We were with you on the stream. We were with you over on Channel 13, monitoring several areas of rotation within this line in between Bedford and Columbus. Columbus, it's on your doorstep right now. Threat of damaging winds, threat of rotation. Take shelter from this one. The National Weather Service has this severe thunderstorm warning going all the way out into Decatur County, including Greensburg, and that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 9 o'clock. So it's a severe thunderstorm warning from Columbus to Greensburg until 9 p.m. An additional severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for those of you in Seymour. That's because of what you see just to your west, so Jackson County until 8:45 on that severe thunderstorm warning. And we have some additional storms, non-severe, additional area of rain, non-severe at this point, out to our west. And then what will follow, I guess there is one little severe thunderstorm warning there in Vermilion, Illinois. What will follow, much colder air coming behind this weather system. We talked about it. We were on the warm side of this powerful spring storm system, dealing with the threat of severe weather. On the colder side, they've been dealing with blizzard conditions, all part of a significant spring storm. Eerily, Rob, very familiar to, or similar to what we had on Saturday morning.
It is.
With some of the storms that produce tornadoes, and there's a big view of the storm showing the line of severe weather here, another line of storms that should weaken as it moves our way now that we've had one roll through, and the snow on the backside.
Yeah, so I'm going to throw a little bit of a curveball here if we're able. Here's what I'm going to do. Now that Angela stepped off of the key, I'm going to see if we are able to bring up the weather wall with my computer, if they're able to do that. And Angela, I know you wanted to try to see if you can get the power outage map, because I was looking at that a little bit earlier, and the power outages were beginning to ramp up. So if they're able to take that full with the weather wall, with me at weather wall, with my computer, with the traffic computer, I don't know if it's something they're going to be able to do. They're efforting to do that. But what I want to do, and I'm going to try to see if I can drive this as well, because what I want to do is I want to be able to get to the chroma key. So yeah, just bear with me one moment. First, I'm going to see if we're able to, what I want to do is be able to hand track at the wall. And just bear with me one moment. I want to make sure that I can do that. Let me see if this will allow me to do it, because I'm starting to see on this Columbus County, or excuse me, this Columbus storm right here, this is where we're starting to see a little bit of maybe that rotation that we've been talking about getting just a little bit stronger. This is the area that we've been watching. We had the tornado warning a little bit earlier. Now it's just a severe thunderstorm warning that has continued moving north and east. They are moving at a very, very quick clip. This one has shown broad rotation, but it's nothing that at the moment we are looking at with a tornado warning. But this is the one I'm going to keep an eye on very, very closely. And again, just bear with me one second. I want to see if I can activate the hand tracking here, just to see if my computer is going to allow me to do it. You also have plenty of strong storms that have already moved through some of our western areas, and because of that, we've been looking at these storms continuing to indicate that they're producing some gusty winds. Not as much rotation. We knew that that was going to be the case. As these moved east, we knew that we weren't going to be seeing quite as much rotation. Now, let me see if I can actually go to one of my traffic cameras here, because what I want to do, where that traffic camera is located, I'm going to bring it up here on the computer. Just bear with me one moment. That traffic camera I just reset to just south of Columbus. Again, bear with me one moment. I'm going to try to see if I can cancel out of something, if it allows me to do that. Yeah.
On the storm approaching Columbus.
Columbus, yeah, that's what I'm starting to get a little more concerned about, because we're not seeing that rotation just yet. Again, just bear with me one moment, because I'm not able to bring that up just yet. Oh, sorry, I think I just maneuvered your computer there, Angela.
That's okay, that's okay.
Yeah, the rotation that you're looking at here, and I'll go through, starting to see a shear marker. Oh, that's earlier in the, is that earlier or is that live that you were looking at, Angela?
This is current.
Current, okay. So Angela's looking at a different screen, but what I have on the air here, this is the area that we're concerned about. Keep in mind, the radar is located to our north and west. Because of that, what we're seeing is the greens, winds moving toward the radar, and the reds, winds moving away from the radar. Because of that, this is implying a circulation. That circulation is pretty broad, and it's also up into the atmosphere just a bit, because we're quite a ways from where the radar is located, say near the airport, near Plainfield. But this is likely passing.
Yeah, they're going to go tornado warning for Bartholomew.
They are?
Yep.
Okay. And again, if Angela, if you're able to set your computer, just because I have to reset a configuration here.
So if we can, we're going to take just a break from streaming and online to reset, because we need to get the folks over on Channel 13 updated on this new tornado warning for Bartholomew County.
Hardy missed it. Pacers on the run.
And good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman, along with meteorologist Rob Ellis. We do have new information on a cell that we've been tracking, and this is going to be for Bartholomew County, and it's the storm that we've been monitoring into the Columbus area. We do have a new tornado warning for you, and it's coming into Columbus. It will head toward Greensburg. This is a storm that we were keeping an eye on, and at this point, a new tornado warning from the National Weather Service. This is going to be for Bartholomew County, and it's going to go until 9 o'clock, so about 18 minutes on a tornado warning. This is new information from the National Weather Service due to the storm that we've been tracking for you over the last, half hour, 45 minutes. Significant signs that this one is rotating just to the southwest of Columbus. So it's this area here embedded within this line. We've had several areas of rotation that we've been monitoring, and now moving into a populated area, Columbus into Hope. This will move across Bartholomew County over the next 20 minutes, and it is a new tornado warning. So we're going to do part severe weather coverage, part basketball. Want to make sure that the folks in Bartholomew County, in Columbus, know that this storm has a history of rotation, and now a new tornado warning for you until 9 o'clock. These storms have been moving off to the northeast at somewhere between 50 and 60 miles per hour most of the evening. I'm going to track not necessarily the rotating part of the storm, but a little farther east and northeast, just to give you a little more time. On this path, if it would hold together, Honda plant at 9:08, Greensburg at 9:10. So what it tells us here, Columbus, it is overhead. You need to be in the safest part of your home, lowest level, away from windows and doors. The storms so far this evening have a history of wind damage. Lots of power outages, which we'll show you in a few minutes, but just wanted to make sure you are aware. Columbus, tornado warning for you. If this cell is producing a tornado, it is overhead now. I'm going to remove the track, and we'll kind of do a closer look to give you an idea of where the rotation is and where we expect it to go. So
I think this is the strongest rotation we've seen of any of the storms in central Indiana.
I would agree, Rob, and thank you very much for pointing that out. And here it is. When we get the brightness increased, it's easy to see. You don't even need the rotating cylinder or the shear marker. The brightness indicates the strength of the rotation, and this is right over Columbus right now. Safest part of your home is the lowest level, away from windows and doors. Please take this storm seriously. It is in between Columbus and Elizabethtown right now. Here's an even closer view of some of the neighborhoods or the small communities in the path. So Bethel Village, there's Columbus. Think south side of Columbus, crossing Interstate 65, and then over toward Elizabethtown. This is moving northeast. We have these small communities on here, so let's go out.
It should go right over the airport sensor there, so if something happens there, well, we should know it.
And that's going to be in the Columbus area.
Yes.
And then out a little farther north and east into Hartsville, Waynesburg, Bruinsville. Again, just pointing out some of the smaller communities. But if you are southern and eastern sections of Bartholomew County, Rob said it, this is the strongest signature we have seen as far as velocities go in our tracking over the last over 2 hours now, and this is a big concern in between Columbus, basically crossing Interstate 65, tracking northeast, headed into Hope. If it would hold together, Greensburg, you would be next. So issuing just a little bit of a heads up that if it holds together, it's coming northeast. Strongest rotation we've seen so far this evening, and it's right over Columbus and a fairly populated area of central Indiana, and wanted to make sure that you are aware that a new tornado warning has been issued until 9 p.m. It is one of several storms that we're tracking as we come up to the north and east. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. These storms have a history of producing wind damage, and in fact, our power outage map is fairly significant. Hamilton County, over 2,000 customers without power, over 1,000 customers in Johnson County, over 1,000 customers in parts of Boone County, and then you can see the sporadic power outages where the storms have already moved through. We anticipate additional power outages as these storms continue to move off to the east. Still have the tornado watch in effect until 10 p.m. and that's going to be for the western part of the state, eastern part of the state. That's a severe thunderstorm watch, but at this point that really doesn't matter. We have significant cells with a history of damage, and they are continuing to move now across parts of central Indiana. We'll do a reset and then we'll check in with Rob. He's checking National Weather Service, doing a little more in-depth analysis on the tornado-warned storm, now mainly impacting the eastern half of the state. But I will caution you, we've got some additional warnings coming out of eastern Illinois, so our severe weather night is not over, which is the reason you see some severe weather coverage and you see some basketball coverage just because of the severity of the severe weather that we're dealing with. A broken line of storms mainly impacting the eastern part. We will go south first where the tornado warned cell is at this point, and it is right over Columbus. Here is Columbus and Seymour. And Rob really has been pointing this out. Within this line, we've had several embedded areas of rotation. We've got the one right over Columbus now, and we've got another one that's developed that in between Brownstown and Seymour that may impact you, Seymour. So just be aware, a significant storm moving over Columbus and the heart of Bartholomew County right now, and this will continue northeast toward Hope, Elizabethtown, Hartsville, Clifford, West Point, Greensburg, Adams. These are some of the communities in advance, out ahead of this powerful storm that we've seen with really the more significant rotation with any of the cells, Rob, that we've been tracking today.
Yeah, and I'm getting a lot of damage reports and wind damage reports and power outages, not necessarily from this specific cell, but I do want to point something out. You know, we've been talking about kind of the dynamic nature of these thunderstorms, and I'm starting with the radar here just to show you that. Notice that what we're looking at here is a huge shield of very heavy rain, likely where we're seeing those brighter purple colors. That is where we're likely seeing some heavier rain and maybe even some hail in those locations. But that is not necessarily where we may be seeing the center of circulation of the rotation that we often talk about. There's a very vague hook signature here. And when we switch to our what we call our velocities, this really gives us an idea of what the winds are. You can see that it's displaced from that heaviest rain. So I don't want you, when you're looking at the generalized radar picture, to think that that is where the strongest, the rotation is. Now, look, Angela said it. You're going to get some very heavy rain, possible hail, and gusty winds underneath that heaviest rain. But this is the area, as Angela's been saying, between Columbus and Elizabethtown that we're watching for where the rotation is. Now, I'm going to get ahead of it because we're likely going to see the next scan really jump this ahead. But we're looking at 200 south. It curves around, and then you get close to New Bern here, Petersville. We're looking at this area. This is going to be East 25th Street. It's likely already moved through there. We will get the scan update coming through pretty soon. And then, as Angela's been saying, Hope, New Bern, Hartsville, these areas. And again, I want to get in very, very close just so you can see New Bern Road. This is going to be State Road 46 as well. These are the areas where the rotation is just to your south and west. So if there is the possibility of a tornado to touch down, these are the areas that we are tracking. I want to go back to that view of the actual reflectivity, the typical view of the radar. And the one signature that we're often looking at is this right here, almost like a hook signature. It's the rain wrapping around that couplet of winds, the storm velocities that we often show you. That's the area where we're looking at the rotation. But know that if you are under this area of these bright purples, probably some hail. In fact, given the hail reports that we've had all throughout the evening, it's likely that we're seeing hail come down. And then you've got that cell farther to the south and west, Angela, that may also be showing some rotation, and we could possibly see additional rotation within that strengthen, something we need to watch.
Yes, we continue to watch that. We continue to watch really the entire line. And what I'm noting from the National Weather Service, we're starting to get reports, and lots of them, of trees down, of power lines down. Funnel Cloud, this is just in Funnel Cloud, 3 miles northwest of Brownstown. Sirens activated in Brownstown and Seymour. So that was that other area of rotation that is south of Columbus. So we were picking up on that. So Funnel Cloud spotted here from an EM volunteer, emergency manager volunteer out of Jackson County. That report coming to the National Weather Service. Funnel cloud in this area 3 miles northwest of Brownstown. Boy, that puts it right where our shear marker here with live Doppler 13 radar is pointing that out, and this is headed towards Seymour. So the sirens have sounded. We may see additional warnings from the National Weather Service come in with this storm as it moves towards Seymour. This is new information just getting to the National Weather Service. Was talking about some of the other reports coming in from Howard County, a tree down. Madison County, 53-mile-per-hour wind gust. Miami County getting several reports, especially along 31, that Miami-Howard County line of lots of power lines down. And I showed you, we now have thousands of folks without power because of these storms, and we continue to monitor the threat of not only damaging winds, but unfortunately
still a strong
tornadoes.
rotation signature. The next scan came in and very close to, I think, Elizabethtown, actually north of Elizabethtown. There's a couple of crossroads there between Elizabethtown and, say, Jewel Village. I know you mentioned that a couple of times.
Yes, and so Rob is saying this area here, just north of Elizabethtown. So if you take that out to the north and east, Hartsville. I'm gonna include you, Hope, although the rotation may stay to your south, could end up in that heavy rain or the hail core, and then off to Greensburg and Westport. So you're not under tornado warnings, but we're giving you an early heads up, and the National Weather Service has as well by issuing the severe thunderstorm warning. But just know this has been showing a clear sign that it has the potential of producing a tornado, and it is tracking northeast toward Hope, Hartsville, eventually into Greensburg, so it will move into Decatur County, really impacting now the eastern half of Bartholomew County. One of several storms that we're watching. Wouldn't be surprised to have the National Weather Service perhaps go tornado warning on the storm that's approaching Seymour, getting reports from emergency managers in the area of a funnel cloud spotted. Funnel cloud doesn't necessarily mean a tornado is imminent, but it does show that that storm is rotating.
It looks like the inflow notch, what we refer to as the inflow notch, is really picking up with intensity. I mean, there's a good burst of winds between Burnsville there and Petersville, where the winds are going to pick up even before this gets there.
Yeah, and people often forget that. They think, okay, I'm waiting on the red to get to my house. That is not the case when we're dealing with a line of thunderstorms like this. Winds often kick up in advance of the line of storms, so think the light green area, if not just ahead of that, for some of the stronger wind gusts. So here's your warning: Seymour, North Vernon, Westport into Greensburg. These severe storms continue to move off to the east and northeast and are moving in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Non-severe rain coming into Newcastle. Downtown Indianapolis has really missed out on the severe storms so far. Unfortunately, we have additional severe storms north of Marion. We've got a cell, so we're still watching Kokomo into Tipton and the potential of additional severe storms. So we're back now across the western part of the state where we already had one round of storms move in. That's now east, and the potential of additional severe winds here and perhaps some hail as we start to see the upper atmosphere really cool with the center of this really powerful spring storm system.
It's the latest velocity. I don't know if they're able to pull my computer up, but
they have been, yes.
Okay, yeah. So that's I think the strongest we've seen all night. This is, let me reset for you just a little bit. Let me zoom out and start with the standard reflectivity view. The heaviest rain is really from Columbus to, say, Clifford and Hope. There's a good bit of rain out ahead of that as well. And I know it's a little bit muddled. In fact, if anything, we've seen the reflectivity signature. We're looking at a little bit of a hook there, but not as much of a signature. Now let me put on the velocity signature. And this is what we've been really focusing on, because this tells us where the rotation is located. Anytime you see the brightest reds and the brightest greens extremely close together, like we're seeing there, that's when we start to get concerned. And this is going to be right over Base Road. This is going to be 650 East, State Road 46. We're looking at Base Road again. I'm trying to get ahead of this because likely the scan is a few seconds or minutes old. 25th Street East, State Road 46, and State Road 9 in the New Bern area. you should be sheltering, because this is the strongest velocity signature I've seen so far tonight, and Hartsville as well. These are the areas between New Bern to Hartsville, Angela, that have me very concerned at the moment. That's a very strong signature, and for those that may not understand what I'm looking at that little spot of red and green that are extremely close together. That's where it implies the circulation. That's the couple. And in that latest scan, it looks like it got even stronger there as it's going to cross State Road 9 right at 25th Street, going very close to New Bern.
Yeah, definitely a tightening there as far as that couplet of rotation goes. And this is the storm that
now
rolled.
Confirmed.
Now confirmed. Okay, so confirmed tornado warning, and that's the purple, Rob, that you're showing.
Yes. That's what's flashing on the screen there. I just was trying to see if I can get some information from the National Weather Service as far as what is the confirmation. Nothing that I'm seeing specific. Weather spotters confirmed a brief tornado earlier south of Columbus. So
okay.
we do have confirmation south of Columbus that there was at least a touchdown there.
So a combination of a confirmation of a touchdown and the fact that what you see on radar, that's the reason for most likely for the confirmed tornado warning now for portions of Bartholomew County. Let's do a reset. I know you're half watching basketball, half watching severe weather coverage, and we appreciate your patience with that. It's just a fairly significant severe weather event for central Indiana. So again, appreciate your patience sharing basketball with the severe weather coverage. The first line of storms is now moving as expected into the eastern part of the state. We had this timed for between 9 and 11 o'clock. Additional storms are developing out west. We will see how those hold together. Our immediate concern, and has been for the last, half hour, 45 minutes, almost an hour, was a storm with rotation that developed near Bedford and then moved northeast. So we were giving you the heads up, Columbus, as it moved out of Bedford. Greensburg, we're giving you the heads up along with the National Weather Service as this confirmed tornado, getting reports that there was a confirmed tornado just south of Columbus. And if you were with us when we were doing the tracking, the rotating part of this cell moved just on the south side of Columbus, in between Columbus and Elizabethtown. We've been alerting you Hope, Hartsville, Adams, Greensburg, and that's where this will go next. Rotating cylinders still showing up. Rob was analyzing the tight rotation with this, the tightening of it, the strength of it, and now Hartsville, it's overhead, so you have to be in the safest part of your home. Lowest level, away from windows and doors. Take shelter if you live in the eastern sections of Bartholomew County and into Decatur County. This storm will hold, if it holds together, Adams and Greensburg will be in the path as this tracks northeast. We've been timing these at about 50 miles per hour. While we're here, I will do a track on it just to give you some times of arrival. Hartsville, it's overhead now. You need to be in the safest part of your home. Where it goes next as it moves northeast, up near 50 miles per hour, the Honda plant and Greensburg. So again, if you've been with us the last half hour or so, we gave you the heads up on Columbus. We've been talking about between 9 and 9:15 for the Honda plant and Greensburg. And this confirmed now tornado warning is still on track for that timeline between 9 and 9:15 for the western and central sections of Decatur County. So Greensburg, now is the time to put your safety plan into action. There is a confirmed tornado warning, this coming into the National Weather Service, and that confirmed tornado warning goes until 9:15 this evening. That by far is our strongest storm. We go up north, lots of damage reports coming out of Putnam County, out of Boone, out of Clinton County, out of Howard and southern Miami. That area of storms is into Marion and Hartford City now. Non-severe, you've got some rain in Newcastle, but I do want to back this up to the west where we have additional severe thunderstorm warnings in an area that was already hit, and those severe thunderstorm warnings go until 9:15. But Rob, our main concern concern is with the confirmed tornado warning coming out of Bartholomew County headed into Greensburg.
Yeah, and I am encouraged by what I'm seeing on radar when it comes to velocities. They want to pop up my computer. Now, I showed you this a little bit earlier. It is much broader than it was, but still, you mentioned Hartsville earlier, right over Hartsville. Really, the rotation is there. It's broadened quite a bit, so it may be difficult to determine exactly where that rotation was along that line, but that was the area that we were really concerned about. Let me see if I'm able to go into analysis. Bear with me just real quick, because I am going to make a couple of minor adjustments here. I'm going to go back to that cell, and then I'm going to back it up. Here's the cell that we're tracking right now. We mentioned the shear markers earlier. We are watching those, but I like to kind of use the raw data here from what we're seeing. I'm going to see if I can go back in time. You can see where the rotation really tightened up right there as of 8:56. So that was 6 or 7 minutes ago, and then really tightened up. And I'm going to get in even closer if we can, just to show you that, and sometimes storms do this, they cycle. So that just because I'm saying there's some minor broadening of the rotation, don't let your guard down past Hartsville, all the places that Angela's been telling you, because even though it looks a little bit better now that it's broader, it can still tighten back up. And we often see that as tornadoes or supercell thunderstorms become a little bit more cyclical. So this is an improvement, but still consider that it has already produced a tornado, a touchdown that we saw south of Columbus. You should say, okay, this is still it has a history of producing tornadoes. That chance is still there, especially if that rotation tightens back up. And let me also mention this. We're also looking up higher in the thunderstorm than I would like to look because of the nature of how far away this is from the radar. The radar is located near the airport in Indianapolis. So we are not seeing right near the lowest level within the circulation. But given how tight the circulation was just a few scans ago, between I'd say 8:50 and 9 o'clock, things have improved. And it looks like they're extending the tornado warning, but not with the same confirmed nature of it. But it now includes Greensburg.
Okay, so that is good to know. So Greensburg now under a tornado warning. That will go until 9:15, and perhaps, obviously, National Weather Service seeing some of the same information that Rob just pointed out. The broadening of that rotation, maybe not quite as tight, maybe not likely producing a tornado, but we do know from the National Weather Service that it was confirmed south of Columbus, and now tornado warning continues for Greensburg until 9:15. Pretty powerful storm right over Hope into Hartsville. Hartsville, you've got the wind damage threat on the north side of this, the heavy rain, the hail threat up toward Hope, and then south Elizabethtown into a little farther south we'll go, and these are additional severe thunderstorm warnings for you. Jonesville into Seymour did have a funnel cloud reported in this area. Nothing new to report on that, which is good news, but it has been a very active evening in terms of the threat of severe weather. And what will come next once these storms clear the state, the National Weather Service, it looks like we'll have several areas of damage to investigate, from Vigo County to Putnam County to Clinton County, and now in and around Columbus, if not just south of Columbus, if any damage comes in from that report of a tornado. So that will happen in the coming days, very similar to what we saw with Saturday morning. We ended up with, I believe, around 10 tornadoes confirmed from that day. So National Weather Service will gather all of the information and then go out and investigate the areas of damage. Was this straight line wind? Was this a tornado? How strong? What kind of damage are we seeing? And that will come in the coming days. We just want to make sure that we get you through the next 10 minutes. We've got 10 minutes left on that tornado warning. It does include Greensburg. That's where we will go first. We'll go south to north across this line and advise you of additional strong storms developing from just west of Lafayette south to Terre Haute. Here is the area of concern right now. Rotating storm potentially just south of Hope, moving just out of the Hartsville area, and this will go into Adams and Greensburg. Let's dive in a little closer just to confirm that the rotation has come out of Hartsville, most likely, and it doesn't, the signature doesn't look the same even on radar. Just analyzing how the radar looks without even going into the velocities, it's not nearly showing that hook that we saw earlier, or that big gap in the radar echo, that curvature to some of the along this line in terms of the radar echoes. But confirmed tornado warning, that was what was issued. Tornado warning does continue for you, Adams and Greensburg. Safe part of your home. Let this storm pass you by. It'll be into these two areas, Adams and Greensburg, around 9:15 or so, and it's part of an intense line of storms that goes north into Shelbyville and Rushville. Not severe here. Knightstown into Newcastle, north to Muncie. Still a severe threat with this as it comes into Hartford City. So heads up, Portland. This is the same line that produced some wind damage and thousands of now without power because of these storms. This will move through Hartford City and Portland in the next half hour to 40 minutes. So the severe weather, we've had numerous warnings, including tornado warnings, which is the reason we are sharing the screen with the Pacers this evening. We appreciate your patience on that, knowing that we've got a lot of damage, a lot of power outages. We needed to make sure that central Indiana and the folks that live here are safe. We still have the tornado warn cell for another 9 minutes or so, so we're going to stay on through then, and then we'll get you back,
and
hopefully.
If I could ask
Yeah.
maybe the producers to give us a score update. I tried seeing it in the small box, and I know some others may be having difficulty reading the score in the small box. So every now and then, if they just want to throw us a score in our ear, it might be nice to be able to pass 110-101. Pacers are down. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Just wanted to confirm that, Angela, because I was trying to read it myself standing here at the computer and I couldn't see it. So I know our viewers might have been having that difficulty.
Yeah. Well, I had to walk in and get a closer look. And I think the last time I looked, it was 90-91 or something like that. But again, we appreciate your patience. I know it's not optimal to have to share basketball and severe weather, but we saw with the storms Saturday morning, they did produce tornadoes. There was damage, and unfortunately, this is almost a repeat. Very similar as far as the line moving from west to east. We ended up with 10 tornadoes from that event on Saturday morning, and the National Weather Service will be out to survey what damage reports are coming in, and I can tell you there are lots all across central Indiana. Southern part of this line of storms, most concerning still with the tornado warning for the Greensburg area. That will go for another about 5 minutes or so. So we'll get you through that, and then hopefully to the end of the game uninterrupted. This storm, Adams Greensburg, is basically 5-10 miles away, so you need to be in the safest part of your home. We've been monitoring these little gaps in the radar echoes and these little notches, we call them, areas of rotation, and we've seen several. This one does have a history of producing a tornado south of Columbus, and now it's tracking northeast into Adams and Greensburg, so western sections of Decatur County overhead now. You might have 5 minutes, Adams and Greensburg. I would be in the safe part of your home. That's why you practice and know these safety plans in advance so that when it's time, you can put those into practice. And now's the time, if you still have power, to make sure those cell phones are charging. Anything that you might need charging, if you still have power, now is a good time to make sure all of that is being done as well.
And Angela, one of the things I'm noticing with that last cell is that, and if they want to bring up the other computer, they're welcome to that traffic computer. It does appear that maybe we're starting to see a little bit of cycling with the storm, and I think the new scan just came in, so I'm curious to see here. So what I've been noticing over the last few scans, and this really is where we kind of get in as close as we can to try to analyze every little bit of the storm that we can. Because what I'm seeing is that there's maybe a little bit of rotation here and then potentially some along the line. It's much wider than it was earlier, much broader. We're not seeing the tightening of the signature that we saw when it was very close to, say, Hartsville earlier, where we were really looking at some of the strongest rotation. But I'm concerned that I'm starting to see maybe a little bit of at least the increase in winds as it approaches Greensburg. And I know the folks in Greensburg see this kind of moving right towards them. So that's one of our concerns. In fact, it looks like they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning This new severe thunderstorm warning is going to go until 10 p.m., also including Decatur County, just basically extending it a little farther because they know that that line of gusty winds, those bright greens that you're seeing on your screen, that's where we're going to have our concern underneath all of this very heavy rain. And also just to kind of reiterate what we've been saying, we're watching one storm that is producing the tornado, which is right in here. But then we also have an additional storm that's south of that one. Excuse me, let me just put the telestrator back on that we're watching right in here. And that one may start to rotate a little bit more as well. In fact, we're starting to see maybe a little bit of a signature where maybe some of the rain is beginning to get wrapped in. Just a couple of things that I'm noticing on radar as we were getting in close. Improvement, not nearly as tight as it was. We still should watch it very closely for the possibility of it cycling.
Okay, good information, and really need to watch all of these until they completely clear the state. We're not going to be out of the woods until the storms are gone. Heads up, Greensburg, you need to be in the safe part of your home. We've got another 2.5 minutes on the tornado warning. They did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning in advance of that, as Rob pointed out. But as we've seen with several of the storms, this evening, the National Weather Service issues the severe thunderstorm warning in advance. If this cycles back up or we start to see a tightening of the rotation, then they go tornado warning. This one happened to be a confirmed tornado warning because of a tornado that was just south of Columbus. Adams, Greensburg, it's overhead now with the strongest part of the storm. You're dealing with heavy rain, hail, a damaging wind threat, and still a tornado threat. We expect that tornado warning to be allowed to expire at 9:15, and again, hope to get you back to basketball uninterrupted until the end of the game. As we go north, non-severe here, Newcastle. We've had some strong winds with the cell east now of Marion, approaching Hartford City. We still have additional severe potential, not nearly as strong as the initial line, but there are additional storms out west, so it is still going to be very active until about midnight, and we can get this system, the warm part of the system, out of here. On the colder side, we've been talking about this, the big temperature drop coming, that area of rain that may mix with a few flakes of snow, just showing the power of this storm system, and very similar to what we dealt with late Friday night and early on Saturday morning. So we'll kind of give you one more wrap up before we get back to basketball full, as we expect this tornado warning to expire at 9:15. It is overhead. Greensburg, Adams, take shelter from there. If it holds together, it would potentially be in between the Connorsville area and Brookville. So this will track northeast at about 50 and impact southeastern Indiana from Brookville up toward Connorsville. So stay with us and stay aware. Connorsville, Liberty, Brookville, some of the strongest cells are just to your west and moving in within the next half hour or so. It's over Greensburg and Adams right now. Tornado warning set to expire at 9:15. I haven't seen anything new from the National Weather Service that would change that at this point, but that was the confirmed tornado warning until 9:15. And there are additional severe storms from Lafayette to just north of Terre Haute, and there are thousands.
Looks like they're going to allow it to expire.
Okay. Perfect. And there are thousands of us across central Indiana without power on this Wednesday evening. Again, we appreciate your patience. This is going to be allowed to expire at 9:15. We will get you back to basketball full and continue our coverage. You'll be able to see radar online and streaming on WTHR+. our weather impact alert continues. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman along with meteorologist Rob Ellis. We still have several severe storms moving across eastern and southeastern Indiana, and at least one cell with severe potential just south of Lafayette. This will move into parts of Boone and Clinton counties. I'm going to start with the area south and east. There have been reports of tornadoes, at least one southeast of Columbus. This moved right over south of Columbus into Hartsville and then through Greensburg and Adams, and now showing a little bit of rotation. So the National Weather Service has this little small area of Decatur County back under a tornado warning until 9:45. Want to give you a heads up if you're in the western sections of Franklin County. So far southeast, they've extended it.
Yeah, it goes now into goes into Fayette County as well.
Okay, so we're going to start to see the expansion of this tornado warning up to the north and east. But wanted to give you a bit of a heads up. If you live northeast of Greensburg, there's going to be the new tornado warning. This will take it just south of Connorsville into Blooming Grove. So think parts of Franklin County and then the far southern sections of Fayette County. So this is going to move out of Decatur County in the next couple of minutes and move into northwestern Franklin and the southern sections of Fayette County, and that is a new tornado warning until 10 o'clock, and something that we're going to keep an eye on for this area in the far southeastern sections of our state. This was a cell that we've been tracking since it developed near Bedford. So you can see just how long the track is off and on with this storm. And during some of our coverage here on streaming and over on 13, Rob did some talk about how a storm can cycle. Produce a tornado, then that lifts. Produce a tornado and it lifts. And most likely we're going to see evidence of that when the National Weather Service gets out to survey this area from Bedford to Columbus to Hartsville to Greensburg, and now strengthening in possible rotation just to the northeast of Greensburg as this moves into portions of Franklin County. This is a cell, again, that we've been tracking. No surprise here on the additional warnings on this one. There is how the velocities look with this, a fairly rural part of northeastern Decatur County headed northeast. So think south of Connorsville into Laurel. So we're into the northwestern sections of Franklin County.
Right over Clarksburg.
Okay, so right over Clarksburg is where we're seeing some of that rotation. We'll kind of dive in a little closer. So there's Clarksburg that Rob mentioned. As this moves east, into Lakeview, into Laurel, into Andersonville. These have been tracking northeast at about 50 miles per hour and will impact the southeastern part of the state. And again, no surprise here that we have additional warnings on this storm that we've been monitoring for quite a long time.
And several areas of rotation with that. I don't know if you noticed, but farther to the south, back over Greensburg again, another area of rotation, and one even farther southwest from there as well. Okay, so yeah, Rob's pointing out the area near New Point, southeast of Greensburg, and then another one near Westport. These areas, by the way, are under severe thunderstorm warnings. And if you've been with our coverage, you know that we've seen these storms intensify, weaken just a bit, intensify again. Lots of power outages, thousands without power, which we'll check the power outage map for you in just a minute. And these embedded areas of rotation that, from what we saw, very similar to Saturday morning, Saturday morning, we ended up with 10 tornadoes across the state. National Weather Service will go out and survey several areas of damage with this latest round of severe storms moving across the southeastern part of the state. So these storms will eventually move out, but we still have another hour or so to go before we can completely clear the state. And we'll have to monitor the additional storms that have popped up just south of Lafayette. I'll give you a closer view of that storm. Pea-sized hail just reported in Clarks Hill from that that cell you're talking about.
Okay, so that's the tornado warned storm in Decatur County, and getting a hail report out of that one. This cell, severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Boone and Clinton counties until 10 o'clock. Let's check while we're here. We will check the shear showing. When we show you this and these little green dots show up, or little red dots, that's wind damage potential that sometimes can produce a tornado, not only just damaging wind, but a rotating storm as well. Let's check the hail here as well. Not seeing any hail, so.
That's the one that had the pea-size hail.
This
Sorry.
one.
Yeah,
okay.
That's the one. My apologies.
Oh, that's okay. So actually we can put the hail swath on there, and if you look closely, there's a little bit showing up. And you said pea-size hail?
Pea-size hail is what was reported.
So that's just below severe limits. Hail has to be the size of a quarter or larger to be considered severe. National Weather Service still monitoring several areas of severe potential, especially south and east of Indianapolis. And this is by far the strongest line and largest line of severe weather that extends actually just below severe limits from Portland south to Muncie into Richmond, really getting hit hard here with heavy rain. Still a damaging wind threat, even if you're not under warnings at this point. These storms do have a history of wind damage. And then obviously the storm that we were tracking here on the stream, online, and on Channel 13 for well, what we most likely will come in as a confirmed tornado. It ended up being a confirmed tornado warning based on reports coming out of Columbus of a tornado. So this is a cell that we've been keeping an eye on, and it is now northeast of Greensburg, headed into southeastern sections of our state, into Franklin County. And this looks to stay south of you, Connorsville, at least the possibility of the tornado staying south of you. But boy, you don't miss out on the heavy rain, and you don't miss out on the hail and wind potential with what's left of this line of storms, and still fairly significant.
Yeah, what's interesting with that, and I'm going to take it for a moment here, because exactly what Angela is showing you, I'm going to show you a different view of it. Look at the number of rotational signatures that we're seeing here. Now, some of them are broad, and not all, only one has a tornado warning, but we're noticing one here. There's one here, and this will move into like the Metamora, Oldenburg area. We're seeing another one here. You could even argue that there's one in there, then we're looking at one in here, and then we're looking at another one here. I mean, so there are rotating thunderstorms. We often see that when you have these supercell thunderstorms. There's a whole line of them, and when I put the regular radar back on, you'll be able to see those are all the thunderstorms that Angela's been pointing out. And where we're watching that rotation, if I can get in real close here, I'm actually going to go back to the rotation and get you in as close as possible, because two things. One, I'm seeing the original rotation that was near, right now that's west of Metamora. I don't think it's going to impact Metamora, but moving towards Laurel that Angela's been talking about, that one is certainly broadening. But just to the south there, that rotation is picking up quite a bit, crossing Interstate 74. Now this is going to be east of Greensburg, but that's going to put areas like Oldenburg and Metamora in the path if that rotation holds together. And even if it doesn't hold together, let me just query what the winds are right there moving across Interstate 74. You're looking at 64-mile-per-hour winds possible moving across the interstate. That's just with rotation in one of the thunderstorms, just the gusty winds that are moving through. Now, if we see that rotation starts to pick up and see that it's tightening up and we're seeing the wind in both directions, we may see another tornado warning issued farther to the south of the current tornado warning. But Angela, I was just noticing those radar trends, and it's interesting how the southern half of the state is really starting to see these supercellular thunderstorms in succession from one another.
And that's where the focus will turn in the coming hour or so until these storms completely leave the state.
Yeah, and again, just pixel querying there, I'm noticing those 64-mile-per-hour winds. Let me see if I can bring another one up, just in some of those higher amounts. 61 is what I'm looking at there. I'll clear a few, just maybe I can get in a little bit closer. This again is going to be west of Oldenburg, but we're looking at gusty winds there even outside of the rotation. This is not what's under the tornado warning. This is south. This is another area of gusty winds and some possible rotation that's occurring there. The rotation that's moving towards Laurel, that's west of Metamora, and I know many people are familiar with this area. It's a beautiful area. We're certainly seeing some broadening of the rotation, weakening of the rotation. That would be good news, but it's also moving farther away from the radar, so we're not able to see as close to the surface as we would like, Angela, not getting the best picture the farther away it gets from the radar.
That is a good thing to point out, but we wanted to make sure that the eastern part of the state didn't feel left out in terms of our storm coverage, even though a lot of this is now starting to exit our viewing area. Promise the power outage map. When you get the bright blue, that indicates thousands without power from Tippecanoe County into Hamilton County, into Hancock County, south to Johnson County, and then south and east, Bartholomew where Columbus is, and Decatur where Greensburg is, where we did at least get one confirmation of a tornado, and the other one came from Vigo County. But don't be surprised if we end up with more. The National Weather Service will be going out to survey several areas of damage, and just by these power outages, you can see that there was damage. I guess, is the game over? Yes.
Yeah, game just ended.
Game just ended. Did the Pacers win?
They did. They actually came from behind. It was amazing.
They pulled it out. So we're going to take just a second to reset, gather our thoughts. We're going to give the folks over on Channel 13 a quick update, and we'll continue to keep you updated here online and on the stream as well.
A smart one back.
Update of the severe weather that is happening across central Indiana. These are the power outages. We expect this map to expand to the east, but for now, thousands of central Indiana without power at this hour because of severe storms that moved as expected from west to east across the state with damaging winds, large hail, embedded tornadoes. The National Weather Service will be out in the coming days to assess the damage and give us reports that we will pass along to you on exactly what happened this evening. But unfortunately, power outages continue along with cleanup that will be underway due to severe storms. This is how radar looks right now. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings moving out of our viewing area. These severe storms extend from Richmond south to just east of Greensburg, and they will continue to move east. We did have one additional area that went back under a tornado warning, but it really wasn't a surprise. This was the storm that we were tracking as it moved through Columbus and Greensburg and re-intensified in the far northeastern sections of Decatur County, basically along the Decatur County-Franklin County line, and it is now moving into Franklin County and out of Decatur County and out of our viewing area. But in case you're watching from the southeastern part of the state, this is what we have left in terms of severe storms. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for the rest of Decatur County. There's what's left of the tornado warning. We've been monitoring the intensification, re-intensification of this cell, and it was one storm that moved. I'm going to bring this out just a little bit. It is one storm, just so you can see, that we think at times produced a tornado, lifted, at times produced a tornado, lifted from Bedford all the way through Columbus to near Greensburg and now east of Greensburg. And this will be the job of the National Weather Service to let us know, was this one tornado or were there multiple tornadoes within this large line of storms? But we'll have that for you in the coming days. What you need to know, what's left of that tornado warning is for the far eastern sections of Decatur County into portions
And
of
it should be
Franklin
expiring
County.
right as we speak. It should drop off.
Okay, that's
if it
good
hasn't
news.
already. Yeah, it's still on the board, but there it goes. It's just going to drop off. At least on my computer it did. And there are currently no tornado warnings in place.
Okay, fairly intense storm. So again, this was just going to be a quick wrap up on what we dealt with tonight. Eastern part of the state, we don't want you to feel left out. We're going to continue our coverage streaming and online. Just know no tornado warnings within this. It's going to be allowed to expire, but intense rain, still the possibility of intense wind from Richmond south to just east of Greensburg. This will move into Franklin County and out of our viewing area. We have one additional cell that we're monitoring for the potential of some hail and some gusty winds just to the east of Lafayette. We are starting to get reports of damage coming in, lots of power outages. We will have team coverage when you join us here at 11. Oh, our severe weather coverage continues here online and on WTHR Plus. Angela Buckman along with Rob Ellis, and we were just commenting that the southeastern part of the state still has a fair amount of storm activity and still a fair amount of rotation. So we'll dive in just to make sure that you know what's coming through your neighborhood, Richmond south to Connorsville. And it's this area that Rob just let me know to kind of keep an eye on. And whenever we see the brightness with these, that's an indication of the strengthening of the wind and can oftentimes indicate the strengthening of the rotation too. We're so far away from the radar that it's a little more difficult to see. But if you look at these little spikes from near Connorsville to west of Brookville in Franklin County to just east of Greensburg, still indicating that these storms could in fact rotate. And here's actually a better view showing two areas at this point.
That one near Metamora looks interesting.
And that's
the west of Brookville one, yeah.
Okay, so that's near, is that near New Point?
That's north of the one. I think that's the next one up the line.
Okay, so
north.
that's that one.
Keep going the other direction towards Brookville, up at the line.
There we go.
Yeah, you can definitely see it's starting to spike up a little bit there.
Yep. So I would say these two areas, southeast of Greensburg. So if you happen to have the stream up and you're in southeast Decatur County near New Point, or watching from Franklin, which is technically out of our viewing area, but near Metamora, these two areas of concern. And these warnings for now are severe thunderstorm warning, but wouldn't be surprised as the National Weather Service analyzes the latest data if we get these upgraded to perhaps tornado warnings. But fairly strong signatures of rotation coming, one out of southeast Decatur County and then the other one in the western sections of Franklin County. And then we were also kind of eyeing this, not nearly as intense in Connorsville, but if you focus on the brightness of the red, that sometimes indicates to us strengthening of wind. Most likely, if it's not rotating, a straight line wind and still that potential, these could exceed 60 miles per hour. So southeastern part of our area, definitely not out of the woods when it comes to the threat of severe weather. And you can see just how intense those storms are over Connorsville and then in between Greensburg and Brookville in Franklin County. To the north, non-severe, but still potentially damaging wind threat in and around Richmond up to Winchester into Portland. And then we've got a couple of additional cells developing near Frankfort. So Clinton County into Boone County, severe thunderstorm warning goes until 10 p.m.
They've been hit so hard there.
They have.
I think they had at least 3 lines of storms that came through. And we saw the damage reports, the power poles that were down.
Yes, and unfortunately they're dealing with another wave of storms at this point. So it's been an active evening for us in terms of severe weather. Not surprising. We've been talking about this for the last several days. While we have you here on the stream, I thought we'd take a look at some of the reports coming in from the National Weather Service. So pea-size hail currently in Clarks Hill. So that's the warned area there in Clinton County, I believe. And then Westport, dime-size hail reported there, and that came in a little earlier. Lots of trees and power lines down. They did have hail again with this little redeveloped cell in Crawfordsville a little bit ago. Reports of a confirmed touchdown in Bartholomew County, just to the southeast. That was near Jonesville and the Wallsboro area. Damage reports are coming in. So we may end up with Bartholomew County being one of the harder hit areas, specifically from a tornado.
Yeah, and a couple of things. I want to, if they can, switch to my computer very briefly, just because I want to walk you through a couple of things. What I'm noticing on radar, and this is really south and east of Indy. You can see Indy there on your screen, but we're really watching this line wrap up with the exception of the storms that are redeveloping. As we put this into motion, you're going to see that the storms continue to push to the east. We're watching those. You also notice that confirmed tornado warning that pops up. but it looks like we're getting more bowing segments within the line. I was concerned that maybe we were starting to see some supercells, but I don't think that's what's happening. What we're looking at with the latest radar scan, and I'll draw on the screen here so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Just to the south of Richmond in this area, we're seeing a little bit of a bowing segment. We're seeing another bowing segment there. We're seeing another bowing segment there. We're seeing another one that is here, pushing those winds out ahead of the storms. That's what's producing the gusty winds. So likely in all of those segments, you are going to be seeing at least some gusty winds. Now, let me change the view for you to our velocities, where we look at winds. And what's going to stand out to you, and what Angela's been talking about, are these really bright areas that we're keeping our eye on. Now, I'm going to back the radar up about an hour. And about an hour ago is when we had that tornado warning with a touchdown, that confirmed tornado warning, when this was just to the south of Columbus. So as I back up, and notice the timestamp, so you'll see that I'm backing up. We're now at 9:30. You can see those couplets start to pop up. The radar did switch to a different mode. I'm actually going to just shift the radar just a little bit. So you can see as this rolled through Greensburg and then backing up through time even further, there's the confirmed tornado warning. Now, as I go backwards, watch how it really tightens up. Watch how that red and green get really close together. Right there is where that was the strongest rotation that we saw all night. This is going to be very close to the New Bern area, just to the south and west of New Bern, south and west of Hartsville. Probably, if we're going to see the storm survey teams go out over the next couple of days, this will be one of the areas that they hit. I'm actually going to back up a little bit further than that. So let me take it back again so that you'll see as this slides by. There it is. There's the very strong rotation. And one of the things we notice is that not only is the rotation strong in this area, we're looking at winds in one direction that were 40 to 50 miles per hour, but then on the other side, they were 40 to 50 miles per hour in the other direction. You combine that together, and you're talking about velocities that are 100 miles per hour of difference between the two, 90 to 100, depending on how you average and which pixel. I saw a couple of pixels that were up in the 60 to 64 mile per hour range. Let me get in a little bit closer, and again, I'll show you the area that I'm really, we were watching very carefully when this happened a little bit earlier. I'll pixel query one of those areas because I really do want you to see what some of these values are. 49, and then I'll set this into motion just a little bit. Yeah, we were really looking at those areas of brightest blues as well. Likely some gusty winds. The couplet wasn't very strong at this point. This was about 8:50, 9 o'clock or so, near the, we're talking about near the, just to the south of the Columbus area. This is where we had the confirmed tornado when it was just to the west. And again, I'll zoom the view out. Columbus, and then stepping through time, there's where we saw some really gusty winds. The couplet tightened up, and watch the tornado warning, the red box, it will go purple, because that is when we got the confirmation. The confirmation came in, and the storm continued to the north and east. Weakened, this is the same cell that's now exiting. I'll broaden the view even more. You can see as it moved past Greensburg, we had the tornado warning there, continued moving to the north and east, continued. Now we're seeing a new cell develop. So when we track these storms, we watch one cell to dissipate, another cell to become dominant, the more dominant cell. And I think these line segments that we're watching are now just becoming wind producers and not as much rotation. Having said that, sometimes at the end of these line segments, you can get these little bookend vortices that we talk about. It's like, I always make the comparison, it's like pushing an oar through the water. You get little swirls and little eddies in that. It's the same thing that happens here. Think of the wind as oars, and sometimes on the end of it, you can get these little swirls. We're gonna watch for that. Don't have any tornado warnings out at the moment, but still in places like Richmond, likely some very gusty winds that are moving through, Angela. And finally, we are almost done with this line segment, still waiting on that secondary severe thunderstorm warning to hopefully wind its way down as it encounters some cooler air.
Yes, cooler and more stable air in Clarks Hill, by the way, Tippecanoe County. That's where that latest pea-size hail report came in, all because of this second cluster of storms. So Rob really did amazing analysis on what's left of our severe threat from Richmond into Connorsville and Liberty into Brookville, and then a little farther south and east. Threats still central around damaging wind and obviously some very heavy rain. Active night for us. It's going to be it was an active night for the National Weather Service as well. An active next couple of days as they go out and survey the damage. And Unfortunately for us, it's power outages and cleanup in the coming days from this latest wave of severe storms. So pea-sized hail possible with that severe thunderstorm warning. Still assessing the potential of wind damage, winds in excess of 60 miles per hour or so from Richmond to Liberty to Connorsville and points south and east. But this is the last of the large area of storms that we're tracking. And if you were with us earlier, we talked about the timeline. 5 to 7 for the western part of the state, 7 to 9 for the central part of the state, and then 9 to 11 for the eastern part of the state. And really that has pretty much verified. These are moving so quickly to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. This will be gone by the time you join us at 11. At 11 over on Channel 13, we'll be monitoring what's left of this little cluster. We'll also be starting to hopefully get some more confirmation of reports. We've got thousands without power right now. We've got the desk working on storm reports coming in, storm reports, viewer pictures, viewer videos. So we thank you for taking the time to help us assess what's happened in your neighborhood and in your hometown. And unfortunately, it was another destructive night in terms of severe weather. It is that time of year when we really warm up. We get these powerful storms and then we cool down, those big clashes of air masses. And we're going to be on the cooler side of this storm system tomorrow. Before we take a break from streaming, I do want to show you one more time some of the warnings that are left for our viewing area. So we will go to the south and east along this line. So Seymour over to North Vernon, not severe. The strongest part of that is headed toward Versailles, so into Ripley County, into Franklin County, specifically Brookville up toward Blooming Grove, and then north of there, approaching Liberty, and really some of the stronger echoes we're seeing here on radar are approaching Richmond right now. So Richmond in the eastern part of the state, severe thunderstorm warning for you and Wayne County. That warning will go until 10:45. It is a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of some wind damage. And Rob was mentioning kind of the bowing segments within this line. That's kind of the curve that you see here right over Abington. This is moving northeast toward Richmond. Potential here of severe winds that would be close to 60 miles per hour, if not stronger, and then into Liberty as well. This really is the last of the severe component that we see locally within this line of storms, and it is moving into Richmond right now. Not severe Winchester, Portland. No warning continued on this, but we have had some pea-sized hail reported in Clarks Hill area in Tippecanoe County. That's moving toward Logansport, Kokomo, Tipton. We've got a little bit in the southeastern sections of Clinton County as well. So before we let you go, just wanted to make sure that Richmond, if you're watching here on the stream, if you're watching online, you do have a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45. It won't last that long. This is moving at about 50 miles per hour north and east, and the strongest winds, the severe wind potential is over you right now. This extends south to about Liberty into Brookville. So in our area, Richmond, Liberty, the surrounding communities, you have probably another, 15 minutes or so of that severe potential before that storm exits. Anything additional to add before we take a break?
No, I think we're looking much better. As you mentioned, the winds in Richmond are certainly going to be problematic over the next 10 or 15 minutes or so, especially if you're going to be driving on Interstate 70, because this will probably be a little bit of a crosswind very close to Richmond. Outside of that, the warning has been dropped north and northwest of Indianapolis, so things are certainly improving. And I was looking at the temperatures. We're now down into the 40s and 50s.
Ooh.
So get ready. The temperatures are now dropping.
Okay, so there you have it. Richmond, just be aware you've got another 10, 15 minutes of some strong winds. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning. If anything would change with this cell between now and when it leaves you, we will hop back on streaming. We would hop back on Channel 13. Just know this is the last of the severe potential. We've had a little bit of hail and some wind and some rain with this cluster, but should continue to see this dissipate. And as Rob said, 40s and 50s after highs in the 60s and 70s the last couple of days. So Richmond, wanted to make sure you were aware and covered in terms of the severe threat the next 5 to 10 minutes before this storm exits. We will have a full report. The newsroom looking to gather the latest information on damage, and we'll have the latest on power outages. Full report coming your way on Channel 13 at 11.